There we go. Got my mic working. All right, good. So everyone, make sure you let me know in the chat if the audio is fine. If there's any problems. When I'm talking, you might hear vacuuming in the background. Don't worry about it. It's called hygiene. So gamers such as yourselves probably don't know anything about that. So yeah, as the title says, today we're going to be doing Baldur's Gate 3 as the Morioh Warriors. This was an idea I initially got. Somebody suggested I do this on one of my videos, but the initial plan was to play through the game just as Josuke. But I figured, you know, since JoJo's Bizarre Adventures is very popular, it's also, hey, Tsuchinoko VR, Morpho, gotcha, yes, so, yeah, I know JoJo's is, incredibly popular, so I know I'm probably going to get a lot of requests for a lot of different JoJo characters. I mean, I love JoJo's Bizarre Adventures as well, so I'm going to do all of the requests. But I figured instead of just doing, probably not going to do a Dark Urge, but I figured instead of just doing, like, one character out of, like, the hundreds of characters there are, like the dozens per part, and there's, like, 9 parts now, I figured I'd do, like, a whole swath of them, all together. I planned out the build for this character for a week, but I've never actually figured out what I'm gonna do in terms of looks. So that'll certainly be something we have to work on. Say the name right. Yeah, I'll say this much. As I was reading it, I was like, I'm probably gonna screw this up on my first attempt, but I'll give it a shot. You know, and it just kind of, it just so happened that I got lucky and it flowed properly at first. Never seen JoJo's. Yeah, my favorite part in JoJo is when they, when they discover America. Yeah, my favorite character, Jonas Joestar, one of the Jonas Joestar brothers. He has a time traveling stand. It's called, what's a Jonas Brothers song? They used to be popular like a decade ago. I don't know, I don't remember. We can call it Camp Rock, because they were in that movie. Yeah, their stand Camp Rock. It allows them to time travel, and they totally discovered America. Okay, I think this is a fine base, but we're obviously, like, okay, so we're gonna, here's a little peek behind the curtain. So, for the characters I wanted to go for, in terms of like, oh, well, instead of just doing a Josuke run, let's just go ahead and knock out all of Part 4. There are a lot of people in Part 4. There are a lot of people in Part 4, and I couldn't really narrow it down to a small group of people, so I went with pretty much all of the Morioh Warriors, but I was like, okay, so who do I pick, right? I'm not doing a playthrough with Tonio Trendy in my party. Like, I love the guy, and Pearl Jam is a cool stand, but, like, I wouldn't know what to do. For those of you that don't know, Pearl Jam is like a special ability one of the characters has that if you eat it, it like cures any ailments you have. It's a bit of a one-note power. It doesn't have any combat applications, so I wouldn't know the first thing on what to do to actually put that in the game and have that be useful. So instead, I went to everyone's favorite fighting game, JoJo's Bizarre Adventures All-Star Battle Remaster. And I just picked all the playable characters from the Part 4 section of that, and I'm gonna be recreating them here. So obviously they're all gonna be human. The only creature in Part 4 that isn't specifically 100% human is Okuyasu and Keicho's weird dad. He's like this weird gremlin thing. He's been like mutated by the stand arrow. And of course Stray Cat, which is literally a cat-plant hybrid thing. But we're not going to be playing as either of those. So, yeah, everyone's going to be a human. We'll start with that. Okay, so this part's easy. There will be 11 people. There will be 11 people in this party. This is probably going to be a quick challenge run, because if you could even call it a challenge run, I made sure not to call it a challenge run in the title, because I always upload these videos, and the first thing I hear from everyone is, "This isn't a challenge. This is super easy." I'm like, "Okay, it's the algorithm. I don't control it, man. I gotta put 'Can you beat' in the title, or it's not gonna get clicked on." Makes your party bigger and use difficulty. So, I do have the bigger party mod, and I do believe I have a difficulty increase. It's okay. So another peek behind the curtain. I actually started this challenge the last week of March. That's when I did my week where I tested out a bunch of different builds to try to replicate the powers of each of the characters. And after that week, I was like, okay, well, it's gonna be 11 people. I need a mod that makes things more difficult, because it has to be. It's like you're saying, it has to be balanced out. It's not gonna be fun if it's just 11 people steamrolling Baldur's Gate 3. So I do believe I have one downloaded, but the tricky bit is, I don't know if you can tell from the button inputs, but I'm not just playing on controller. I am in fact playing on an Xbox Series X. So on Xbox, there is a limited number of mods available on Baldur's Gate 3. So I do believe one of them is a difficulty increasing mod, or else this would be way too easy. And if it's not, then I will try to shift some mods around and make the game a little more challenging. But the easy thing from testing is that everyone except for like one character is going to start off as a monk. Pretty much every single character, there's going to be a lot of multi-classing, but everyone's like starting as a monk. So we will let's see. Yeah, we get to pick our starting armor. I'll start as Josuke. What I'll probably do is I'll start as Josuke, and I will make a party consisting of Josuke, Koichi, who is Josuke's like best friend, at least at the starting of the series, like bar none best friend. Josuke, Koichi, and Jotaro, maybe someone else, I'll think about it. But as we move on and we get new companions, people like Lae'zel and Shadowheart and Gale and Astarion and Will, all of them. As we come across those characters, I will save them for experience points, but instead of using them, I'm going to send them back to camp, and I'm going to recruit a new Morioh warrior. So, like, the first person I would recruit would maybe be, off the top of my head, I'm thinking it's going to be Okuyasu, because that was, like, one of the first people Josuke and Koichi and all of them, that was, like, one of the first people that they fought and then befriended. I hope I'm not forgetting someone else, but I think Okuyasu was, like, the first person that became a Morioh warrior who didn't start as one. But now I gotta find something that looks like his Josuke's robes. That's who I'm starting as. I don't know if there's anything. That's definitely not it. I might go simple robes just because of the crease in the collar. So I mean, that kind of looks a little close. It's purple and it has a crease in the collar, so maybe that. Yeah, that's all we're doing right now. I haven't really gotten to the meat and potatoes. Like I said, I've done all the testing one could possibly do for the, that's pretty good. It's got purple in it. I've done all the testing for all the classes. I spent an entire week where I wasn't, it felt really weird because when you're a YouTuber, I think I've come to a point where I can consider myself a YouTuber, you kind of get on this grind, at least I have, where, like, every day you wake up, you spend, like, 6 hours making a video, and then you go to bed. And there's, like, stuff in between, obviously. It's not all-consuming. It's not everything you do in your entire life. I know you use PS5, and there's, like, 3 more, more boss mods, da-da-da-da. Yeah. I know there's the, there's, like, I can't remember the name, but it's, like, Tactician Plus or whatever. There's the big one. I don't think I used that one, but I used one, I want to say it's called something like Nightmare Mode or something like that. It's a difficulty mod. I'm not sure how good it is. I haven't tested it out any. But certainly I'm hoping that things are balanced as we move through. But you get caught in this loop as a YouTuber where you're just kind of like, every morning you have to wake up and be productive. You have to script. You have to record audio for a video. You have to, work on a thumbnail. You have to play video games, and you have to make sure you're recording, right? I've gotten to the point in my life where I can't play games for fun anymore because, like, I'm always trying to map out in my head. I'm like, oh, well, I don't want to get burnt out on games and then have to spend a week recording a game I don't want to play. So like if a Fallout challenge run is coming up in my schedule, I won't play Fallout. And like if if I just got done playing Fallout, then I'll be burnt out on it because I play these challenge runs for like a week. So I won't want to play Fallout. So like for like a month, I can't do anything with Fallout. Even if I might feel like I'm in the mood for it, it's like, well, no, I can't touch it because of, you know, whatever reason. I think we're just gonna go with the purple ropes here, by the way. What would be a good background? I'm thinking maybe folk hero. Definitely not soldier, I don't think. I'm thinking folk hero, but let me see if anything catches my eye. Is folk hero not in this? Am I stupid? Probably. Guard, because he's a Morioh warrior. Also, athletics and perception are two very good skills, so might go with that. Can't believe I could have sworn there was a folk hero background. Yeah, okay. We'll go with guard. That's fine. So what am I gonna need for? Okay, so a little keep saying peek behind the curtain, but it really is a good phrase for what we're talking about here. Let me pull up my classes. Okay, so for Josuke, the way I'm planning on building him is he's gonna be in all, because I do have the 20th level class. So another reason why we have to have a balanced game is because I'm walking into this with a party of 11 people, I think, last time I counted. But like I said, it's been like a month. The reason I couldn't start the run in March, at the end of March when I planned to start the run, was because I needed the 5e monk subclass mod, because a lot of these guys are going to be Way of the Astral Self monk for like the JoJo stands. But for some reason, that took a really long time to get to consoles. Barbarian and Fighter, 5e Barbarian and 5e Fighter subclasses, they got to consoles in like, it was like a month, maybe, like 30 days, something like that. It took the Way of the Astral Self, or the Way of the, not the Way of the Monk, but the 5e Monk subclasses, 11, yeah. Let me see off the top of my head, okay. We have Josuke, Okuyasu, Koichi, Jotaro, that's 4. What's her name? Yuko? I feel like I'm forgetting her name. Koichi's girlfriend. That's 5. Let me see. Rohan, that's 6. We're gonna add a couple of the villains, for example, like, I don't think... I'll have to, like, make some kind of narrative as to why they would join the team, but people like, Akira, Red Hot Chili Pepper stand user, I feel like we couldn't have, like, a good run without Kira. You know, Kira Yoshikage, he's, like, the main villain of Part 4, so that's 8. I plan on adding Keicho and Yuya. Yuya especially because I have, like, a lot of good stuff to recreate abilities from his stand. That's 10. Am I forgetting anyone? Oh, after Act 2, so when we get to Act 3, definitely need Kira. Yeah, absolutely. I actually plan to swap Kira for Kosaku Kajiwara. So it's still Kira, but in Act 3 I'm holding off because, you know, Kosaku Kajiwara is like his final form, right? It's after he swaps identities with God, it's been a while since I've watched Part 4, so I'm forgetting some of the characters' names, but the kid's dad, when he uses Cinderella to swap his identity after he gets found out. So at Act 3, Kira will have Killer Queen, Sheer Heart Attack, and Bites the Dust, and also Stray Cat. He'll have, like, the full 9 yards. But leading up to Act 3, it'll just be Kira. It'll just be his first bomb and his second bomb. So Killer Queen and Sheer Heart Attack. But as for Josuke, I plan to do Way of the Astral Self Monk. We finally got it just recently. Hayato, yeah, the meme with with Kira's face. Hayato. Yeah, we'll do Way of the Astral Self Monk. We'll do Path of the Ancestral Guardian Barbarian. We need Conjuration Wizard. We need second level fighter for Action Surge. Um, we'll go Aesthetic Order of the Aesthetic Mystic. I actually can't remember why I need that. And I was gonna dip into Druid for a spell that comes with the 5e spell mod, but I decided to just go for Magic Initiate Druid so that I don't have to waste a level on that. Not all rock bands. A lot of them are named after. It's all musical references, pretty much. In part 3, they did tarot cards. So it's like a tarot card and a color. So Magician's Red, Silver Chariot, Star Platinum, something like that. They also did Egyptian gods for a little while, like Thoth and Osiris and stuff like that. But from part 4 to part 9, everything is bands, albums, musicians, songs, the whole 9 yards. It's really cool, and it's all like Araki's favorite music. Very cool. We have like our main JoJo for part 9, Jodio. He has a stand called November Rain. Paladin for Josuke. I considered it, but when I went through and looked at what I actually needed, I didn't actually need. Well, actually, I wasn't thinking Paladin. I was actually thinking Cleric. Just, you know, because you need the healing. So I was like, okay, what's like a healing effect? I know Paladin has like Lay on Hands, which is very apropos. For those of you that don't know, that are not into JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, the character that I'll be starting as, Josuke Higashikata, he's the main character of like the 4th season of the series, part 4. And he has a special power where he can summon a stand. It's like a humanoid ghost person who's like very powerful. It's all like the aura, you know, memes that you've seen online. But Josuke's stand has a special ability, his stand Crazy Diamond. Yes, of course, named after Shine On You Crazy Diamond by Pink Floyd. His special ability is that when he touches things, he can restore them to their original shape. He can't heal himself, but he can heal other people. Like, he has punched holes through people before, and then he, like, regenerates them. He was in a hostage situation one time, and he punched a hole through a guy, and, like, punched his knife into him, and then regenerated him so that his knife was stuck in his body. Yeah, like Lay on Hands. Right. I was thinking the same thing. What did I do for healing? So I do have healing. It's kind of hard to encapsulate all of a character's, like, abilities. You try to, like, represent them the best you can, and you just try your best. So in the same vein that for Little Mac and Simon and Richter Belmont, in my previous Baldur's Gate 3 runs, I did, I used their Smash Bros. Movesets to kind of get, like, a feel for all their different, like, abilities. Since I was using JoJo's Bizarre Adventure All-Star Battle R for, like, which characters I'd be using, I also decided to kind of use their movesets as, like, a guideline to which I would try to replicate their abilities. I'm trying to think. I did feature a healing thing. Because he can heal in that game. He can, like, one of his attacks, he, like, hits a person and he, like, heals them. It's the scene from when he, like, beat up Yuya. He heals them first and then he beats the snot out of them. I don't remember what I went with, but I will, of course, include healing. I just don't think I have a level to spare on Paladin or Cleric because I'm going to be going to replicate everything I need. Yeah. Part 3 for sure because it's all very basic. But the request I got was for part 4, or specifically for Josuke, but I've also gotten a request for the Stardust Crusaders, so I will also do part 3. I'll do part 3. If people want part 2 and 1, I'll do that. I will do whatever people ask me to do for JoJo's. Yeah, exactly. If I heal you first, it's not cheating now, is it? Because he was like roasting him. He was like, a real man wouldn't beat up somebody who's injured. It's not very manly of you. And he's like, oh yeah, you're totally right. That's why I healed all your injuries. He's like, oh, I'm fine. And then he, like, punches him out of a building. That scene is so good. I have, like, a screenshot on my phone of Yuya's face when he realizes he's about to get pummeled, as like a reaction meme. Anyway, specifically for what I need to replicate all the powers I'm going for, like him shooting the ball bearing out of his finger to fight Rat, and just everything he does throughout the series. I have him going 3 levels into Monk, Barbarian, and Mystic. 2 levels into Fighter just for Action Surge. And then 9 levels into Conjuration Wizard. If I'm being honest, I actually don't remember why I went 9 levels into Conjuration Wizard. But the me from the me from the end of March is way smarter than the me from now, right? He had it all figured out. Part 2. Yeah. Oh man, Cars would be the best. Cars, I mean, I already know most of his powers can be replicated with being a druid, but still, it's fun. Like, how do you detach your hand and turn it into a metal-eating squirrel, right? Or turn your whole body into, like, a pygmy falcon or whatever. Yeah, so Barbarian was for, I was gonna take 1 level of Barbarian for Rage, right when people make fun of his hair and he just goes into a blind rage. That's literally how he beat Rohan, right? He just ignored his stance power. But I decided to go 3 for Path of the Ancestral Guardian, because that, along with Astral Self Monk, Ancestral Guardian Barbarian kind of replicates like a stand ability. But now I have to figure out, if I'm starting with Monk, I have to figure out what I want to go into. So Intelligence is going to be important because of Wizard. But my main means of attack is going to be with my martial arts die. This is not bad. Strength is probably not going to be a big deal. Which is funny because, Crazy Diamond is ridiculously strong. Potentially, but I might be saving that for somebody else. Totem of the Bear. I have that in my back pocket just in case. I don't know if I'm gonna use it, but if I do, I would rather have like some variety, So Dex at 17. I'd like to not have any odd numbers if possible. I think that gives me 2 points. Can I put that into that? No, because it's only 1. Do I just bump up intelligence? Is investigation intelligence? Because, I mean, they did find Kira. Or do I want to put in charisdom? Charisdom. Let me see. So constitution is fine, strength is fine. I think I will I'll make intelligence baseline. Worst case scenario, I do need it for saving throws, because of course, we're fighting like a bunch of mind flayers throughout the entire game, so you do need wisdom is the dump. No, well, you need wisdom for, oh, there we go. Good morning! Morioh radio. Yeah, man. Wisdom can't be dumped because we need it for martial arts, I think. And armor class? Let me see. It's been a while since I've, like... Usually when I do stuff like this, so, like, okay... Obviously, I don't live stream very often. This is my 2nd live stream ever. So I'm not used to, like... I just kind of, like half-ass everything and, like, wing it. And then it all just, like, somehow falls into place as I'm going along. So let me see. Martial arts. No, I think it just, like, adds damage, lets you use monk weapons, and allows you to switch from dex to... or from strength to dex for hits. But your armor class for unarmored defense... We are getting unarmored defense from Barbarian, though, and they don't stack. And Barbarian uses Constitution, I think. Dex plus Con versus Dex plus Wisdom. Let me see. I don't know. I think this is okay. If we go through and I'm like, wow, this is awful. This is horrible. I hate it. We can always hit up my man Withers, right? The boy Withers. Unfortunately for all you Withers fans out there, you Withers heads, I do not have Withers big naturals on. I duly apologize. I have my 100 mod limit. I'm sorry, y'all. I think we'll go with that, and then for investigation for sure. Might go no. So athletics is not available. Not medicine. Intimidation? No, he's not. He's not incredibly intimidating. Yeah, not like you can't respec it, Withers. Yeah, man, absolutely. If you want to pop on my leave stream, if you want to pop on my live stream and just have it playing in the background, absolutely. That's what I do for like 90% of the videos I watch. I will put them on. I will be playing. Oh, I don't know. Baldur's Gate 3, maybe, perhaps, something like that. And I'll just have a video playing in the background. I'll just listen to people talk, and if things get like exciting, then yeah, I'll go and watch and see what's up. But I might just go intimidation, because I do imagine that I'm going to be butting heads with people a lot as Josuke, because he's a very kind person. He's very compassionate, but he is also at times very obstinate and bullheaded. So I think that works. But do I want to do investigation here? And let me see. Okay, so investigation isn't available there. So I'll go investigation here for my racial. And then please tell me I have intimidation here. No, I don't. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. Insight is fine because he has to be able to tell whether or not Kira is lying. He has to figure out who the stand user is. Just find the person with Yugi Moto hair. Acrobatics, I'm not digging. I'll go with history because he's a student, so he probably takes a history class. All right, appearance. This is gonna be the hard one. Why does he have a hood on? Take the hood off your head. Can't see your hair. It's like a monk thing. I don't know what's going on there. Let's see. Yeah, I'll definitely consider it. I'll see how this plays out at first, because as of right now, it makes the maybe when I get to barbarian, at first I'll start with 14 wisdom, and then when I start taking levels of barbarian, that's when I'll change my stats and dump wisdom. Okay, let's see. Let's pull up a picture of Josuke so I can get a athletics because of the bike thing. Well, here's the problem, right? For that, I didn't have athletics available as my for my skill proficiency for my class. But I don't have investigation either, and I've got to take investigation because that's like the whole bit of part 4, right? At least the second half when we're introduced to Kira, it's like a whodunit, right? We're trying to figure out who this Kira guy is and how he keeps killing people. Okay. Let me get a picture of Josuke. I'll do my best. Do my best. A lot of this first stream, I'll just let you guys know, is going to be character creation, because I'm going to have to do this for Josuke, and then I have a mod that allows me to create more characters, and all of them, like, this whole stream is just going to be me creating Josuke, me creating Koichi, and me creating Jotaro. Acrobatics for being able to catch himself while falling out. That's true. You do have a point there. That does seem like, if I were to translate that to D&D terms, my man drinking the milk on the edge of the window, almost falling and then catching himself. That is a successful acrobatics check or dexterity saving throw if I've ever seen one. Maybe later if we have like skills that we need to pick up. Athletics and acrobatics are two that I'm definitely looking at, right? Okay, so there's a couple different pictures of Mr. Josuke. By the way, just want to make sure for everyone that the audio is still okay, right? You guys can hear me loud and clear. I've got a bunch of fans running in my room because it gets really hot in my room. So I want to make sure that's not like bothering you guys or anything. So there's a lot of different like pictures of Josuke. And in each one, he kind of has like a different like skin tone. But it seems the most common one, in the anime at least, is that he's like super pale. Pale, blue eyes, blue hair. Okay, let's see. Is that it? is that yeah, I mean, he's like uber pale. I think this first one is it. I think we're good. I think we're rocking. Okay. Maturity, he's like a high schooler, so we'll keep him there. We got a lot of faces to choose from. We got Gale face. It's gonna be kind of hard to translate his face into like a realistic look, but I mean, we could certainly try. I translated Little Mac to a decent. You really need the pompadour. Yeah, for sure. I'll see what I can do. I mean, I feel like that's like an integral part of his character. I looked through some of the ones I had, and I'll be honest, I wasn't really satisfied with a lot of them, but we got to make concessions somewhere, all right? We'll see what we can do. So a lot of these guys kind of have like old built into their faces. Look at this. Look at Elminster's youthful glow. One thing I never thought I'd ever want to not see is Elminster with a shaved face. That's gonna haunt me in my dreams. Okay, again, these are just in-game faces. So I was looking kind of at Aridin. Aridin kind of, he has that scar on his eyebrow, which is kind of like, well, but he does have a bit of like a youthful face. Let me see the natural ones. This one I think is a good face for Okuyasu. Yeah. What about this one? I was kind of looking at this one. He didn't have those. This is the same face I think I used for Simon. If he just didn't have those bags under his eyes, I think we'd be cooking. This one's a little too, like, the eyes are kind of narrow. He's got hater eyes. Huh. Let me look at some of the manga faces just because they're a little more detailed. He's got a strong chin. Okay. Right? Okay. Might just go with this one. Close enough. It's kind of hard to replicate anime style in, like, real life. But, you know, that's fine. What about the voice?
Let's hope the
I don't really care. It's like, you guys are never gonna hear him talk. I mean, you guys on the stream might. But, head 8. Let me see. Yeah, for sure. No freckles, no vitiligo, no scarring. Okay. Eye color, we need blue. I need like a deep blue too. Hater eyes would fit Rohan to a degree. I absolutely agree. I think, okay, so here's what I'm thinking as of right now. This can be good for Josuke. This kind of, no, not this one. This one kind of says to me, this one kind of says Okuyasu a little bit. Kind of got like a simple look to him. This one is definitely Rohan. I was thinking this one might be Koichi, because he's kind of got like a bit of a simple look to him. Maybe this one for Jotaro. Head 4. I'll figure it out. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Okay. All right. We're gonna end up having a lot of Stardust Crusaders. We're gonna have a lot of Morioh warriors that have identical faces. It's gonna be a little strange. So blue is always a color I have a bit of a hard time with. While I was testing for, that's a light blue, but he's like a dark blue. It's almost like black, and that's kind of the problem. I don't feel like there's any, like, because that's straight on black right there. I don't feel like there's a shade of blue in the game that accurately represents his eye color. Because here's the problem. We go down here, and I think this would be a good blue. But it makes the sclera black. And that's like, you know, not what we want. Get some purple flame eyes. And then we have like Damon's eyes, but again, they're like too light. Everything is light blue, except for like literally demon eyeballs. So we might have to settle for the deepest shade of blue that we can. That is not. That's pretty good. Again, it's too light. It's like a dark blue, and there is like no dark blue in the entire game. Very interesting. Everything is like light blue. Elf blue is like the lightest blue ever. And then everything else is like black sclera. So, I think we might just have to settle for... Which one was it? This one. Blue 4. Yeah, Flame Eyes only works for Johnny. Yeah. Purple could work. Because he does have, like, a purple color scheme in, Doohickey. In the colorization. No, that's demonic purple. Let me see if any of the purples work. They all have a bit of a tink pinch. Interesting. I'm out here. JoJo's is like rotted my brain to the core, so you'll have to excuse me if I just say something that makes absolutely no sense. They have a bit of a pink tinge to them. That's what I meant to say. I might just land on. Okay, let me see blue 7 versus blue 4. Blue 4. Blue 4 for sure. Blue 4. We're going blue 4. We can't stay on Josuke forever. I'll just have to settle. Hopefully this hood doesn't mess with the hair. Because we need the Papadur. No. Okay, wait. Can I change class and then do this? Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I think the hood is from the class. Yeah, okay, so first we're gonna fix the hair, and then we'll go back and redo all the settings. JoJo fans seeing 2 identical rocks. Okay, let's get the hair done. Let's get the hair done. Where's the Papadur? Where is the Papadur? Pompadour. And again, we're gonna have to go for an approximation here, because there is no prince-themed beaver tail in the game. This one is kind of close, but I don't know about the mohawk part, like the shaving on the side. But something like this, right? The bun kind of blows, but like the top part being, you know, fancy. That's good. Top knot, no. He's got long in the back. I basically what I do now, you guys get to see kind of like what my process is for like when I'm doing these runs. I'll go through and I'll basically do this. I'll check out every single style and decide which one fits the closest. So like not this or this, not the Friar Tuck. Let's see. This one I saw and I was like, or I don't know if it was this one or a different one, but this one I would maybe pick for Okuyasu. That was my first thought. Let's see. Going through and examining each of the hairs. Nothing with like long hair is gonna work. This one is a little. This one I think would be good for Rohan. It's a little generic for someone like Josuke. He does take pride in his hair. Maybe this one for Okuyasu because it has the braids on the side, like how he braids his hair. We'll see. Seashell Garden is a potential contender. Let's see. Again, you know, it's fine. It's just I don't like the shave on the side. Not the Link haircut. Eridan's little curls. It's interesting because like the curls could work. Sure, they're fine, whatever. But it really is just like a beaver tail sat up on his head. We're not doing the Bruce Wayne. Oh. There we go. Yeah, that happens sometimes. That's fun. Okay. My UPS, my little battery, sometimes it screams. It dies in agony because I have so many things attached to it. It's like, help! I'm drowning! Alright. I don't know. What are you guys thinking? The chin has extra hair. Oh, absolutely. He would slaughter me if he caught me comparing his haircut to a beaver tail. But he would only be mad because like, it's true. Chin has extra hair. I'm not sure. I feel like at one point I maybe did have that, but I mean, so with the 100 mod limit thing they're doing on console, it's good for game stability, but man, is it a pain in the ass for, like, trying to get all the mods you want, because, like, 90% of my, like, mod roster is, like, quality of life stuff. It's just, like, making the game look a little better. It's like, well, now I can only download, like, 20 mods. My 100 mod list got shrunk down to 20. Okay, let me see who the top contenders are, based on our available options. Tidy Mohawk was fine. I wish it had hair on the sides, but it does have, like, the pompadour. It does have the pomp of the pompadour. So, Tidy Mohawk. Or, what was the other one that I saw that I was like, yeah. Seashell Garden. I feel like it's maybe a little too flat. Or like Eridan's haircut, whereas his... It's, yeah, just, it doesn't have, like, the pomp. The pomp of the pompadour. I think we're gonna go with Tidy Mohawk. I think, folks, this is as close as it gets. At least from a front view. I am not digging the bun in the back, but very rarely will we be concerned with what the back of his head looks like. And to be fair, you know, I'm looking at a picture of him right now. He does have those weird lightning... You know, again, he would kill me if he heard me say this. It's like... He's got these little sprigs in the back. These little, like, lightning bolts attached to his neck. I like it. I think it works. Right? Yeah. Alright. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And then let's give him a beard. Let's just randomly stick a beard on his face. Alright, let's go for blue hair because we went for the blue scheme. Is that blue enough? Man, this is definitely what I thought I'd be doing 43 minutes into my Baldur's Gate 3 live stream. Okay. Let's check out all the blues. 2 blue. 2 blue. Aquamarine, not really what I'm going for. I'm thinking this Raven Blue is like what we want, but let's shop around first. Neutral black is maybe a little too dark. Karlak. That's cool. It's not what we're looking for, but it is cool. What's the difference between Shadowheart's black hair and Karlak? Okay, so Karlak's hair is a little lighter. That's cool. So NPC or original Karlak versus Shadowheart. Shadowheart's hair is darker. It's interesting to compare them. Okay, so if I went for the purple hair, I'd have to do the purple eyes. Let me see. Because this Raven Black, that is a blue that I can say, okay, it matches the eyes. Not in color, but it's, I mean, close enough. Whereas I don't know if we have a purple. Let me see. This is much too light. Yeah, purple's kind of hard to get this, like, he's almost, like, it is almost straight up black. The only reason you can tell it's not black is because a lot of the scenes in the anime are, of course, outside, and Morioh is a very sunny town. I don't think they have a dark enough purple. That's brown. Interesting. Interesting. I'm learning all about these colors. Here's a fun fact for you guys while you're here that I'm pretty sure is wrong. But I'm going to say it anyway because I love spreading misinformation. I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong here, I'm pretty sure orange is not a color. Orange isn't real. It's brown. It's just a shade of brown. Why do we call it orange? Because we think it's a color, but the reason it doesn't qualify as a color is because it's not on the... there's like some... Oh, our eyes. The different colors our eyes can perceive. Orange is like classified as brown. I don't know what I'm talking about. Let's just go with blue. Alright. Me and my schizophrenic ramblings about orange. Okay, I think this is acceptable. This is not unacceptable. Now we have to go back and change back to monk, and hopefully it didn't, like, destroy our stuff. Change back to purple robes. Even though technically we should be going with blue robes, because it's supposed to be blue. Same background. This is fine for now. We'll change it later. Investigation. No, it changed. Maybe I will do acrobatics, because we don't actually see him do anything, like, history-related. Highlights. That is, Oh, but I don't want to go back. Is it okay if I'm lazy? Worst case scenario, I can use the origin mirror. If I get into the game, that's what I did for Simon Belmont. I found a perfect shade of blonde, and then I got into the game and I was like, this is dumb. It's awful. I hate it. So I went and changed it, and it looked way better. So we'll see how it looks in game after I get this dish rag off my head. Big orange cover up. Let everyone know. William of Orange is responsible for making all of our carrots orange instead of blue. That guy's a hater. That guy is a self-centered narcissist. And everyone needs to learn of his horrible dark secret. It is on the rainbow. I was going to say that. I was like, oh, well, it's not on the rainbow. But I was like, well, Royji Biv, right? R is for red, O is for orange. Maybe I have it backwards. Maybe brown isn't a color. It's a shade of orange. I could have sworn it was orange. You guys will have to look it up. Do the research and get back to me, right? I will be streaming this today. I'll be streaming this tomorrow. I'm probably going to stream this for like a week straight. For like 4 or 5 hours a day. And hopefully by then we'll be through the video. And you guys will be getting this video like right after the streams, maybe give or take a day or two. Because the video itself is just going to be comprised of like stream clips. I think this is fine. Let's name him Joski. Oi, Joski, my diarrhea tummy is gone. Shout out to Okuyasu, absolute homie. Everyone needs an Okuyasu in their life. Even though he spent like the first quarter of the series trying to kill Josuke. Happens to the best of us. If you have... Wait, I misspelled that. English major at work, you got him. If your friends aren't trying to kill you constantly, are they even really your friends? Higashikata. Okay. Josuke Higashikata. Here's a fun fact. Here's another fun fact, and this one I can confirm is true. The reason why Josuke Higashikata is a JoJo is because the S-U-K-E in his first name can also be spelled or pronounced. I don't quite remember that part, but it's either spelled or pronounced as Joe. So he's JoJo. It actually has nothing to do with Higashikata, so far as I remember. Yeah, there we go. Here's our Josuke. He's got his collar clipping through the dish rag he's wearing on his head. He's wearing a robe, and he has a cloak, which is interesting. He's gonna sweat buckets. But all right, on to his guardian. I'm very tempted. I'm very tempted to make. I'm very tempted to try to make Old Man Joseph, but man, it's gonna take forever. It's gonna take forever to make Josuke. Josuke already took an hour. Somebody made a joke earlier about character creation taking 4 hours. Yeah, 4 hours in character creation. It's literally gonna be 4 hours because it's gonna take an hour to create Josuke, an hour to create Joseph, an hour to create Jotaro, and an hour to create Koichi. Okay, what do you guys think? Am I making Joseph? I'm gonna spin around in my chair until somebody tells me. His dead cop grandpa, the original Higashikata. What was his name? He was really cool, so I feel bad for forgetting his name. What's Josuke's gramps? Ryohei. Ryohei Higashikata. So he's got a butt chin. And he's got flat gray hair. So I don't think it'd be that hard to hit random and move on. Oh, it's so tempting. What would I do if it was just me? If I wasn't streaming and it was just me, I'd probably sit here and make Ryohei, but I don't think I'm gonna do that. I'll tell you what, if this was a solo Kira run, I would have no issues with sitting here making his dad. right? It's like, oh, his dad, he's alive and he got out of the photos somehow. Oh, it's crazy. Anyway, I think I will just hit random and move on. Let's see. Oh, it's Josuke's grandmother. Why did we roll Auntie Ethel? Okay. Okay, this is fine. That's fine. We're just gonna have this strange old woman who's gonna be our guardian. I think we're gonna have to make like 20 guardians or whatever. I'm just gonna skip the intro cutscene. I don't care. I don't care about any of it. And I have to... I probably should have done this before I even started streaming, but I'll be honest. I wanted to stream at 2 because I want to be finished streaming by like 6 or something like that. It's probably when I'm gonna go grab something to eat and then wind down for the day. She was hit by a car twice. Yeah, that's the vibe I get. Anyway, so I'd like to stream for like 4 hours today, see what happens. But what I should have done before hopping on, because I was like, okay, I'm gonna start at 2, and I had this genius idea. Finally, old Tomoko, yes. I had this genius idea at like 1:37 to stream, so I gave myself like 20 minutes to figure everything out. But I should probably check what mods I have active. Let's see. Also, does everything work? Because patch 8 destroyed everything. Take the stupid hood off. Goodbye. Go away. Let my glorious pompadour flourish. Okay. Wait, what is this? Totem of Knights of Bandureth? Add one to their... What? What is happening? My brain is melting. What is this? No, it's green. Okay, I don't want it. Whatever. This is interesting. This is strange. It's probably one of the dozens of mods I have active. Let's go ahead and ditch the cane. We don't need it. We're going fists only. Okay, this is our Josuke. He does kind of, at least on the Nautiloid, he kind of looks purple, so that's interesting. Okay, let's go around and get loot real quick. And then, I think after I do the Nautiloid section, I will save and hop on to, hop out of the game into the main menu and check out what mods I have active. Gotta wonder if Karlach is in one of those pods, because when you meet her initially, she's like, I saw you running around on the Nautiloid, and we're like, I never saw you. Brown is a dark shade of orange because orange is found in the light spectrum through a prism, and we went through a full circle. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Listen to Maxwell, guys. Maxwell is smarter than me. He knows. Told Rohan during the dice game about his grandpa or grandma being... Yes, I do remember that because, I don't know why, but well, actually, I guess I do know why. The associations with grandmothers getting run over. Whenever that part happens, like when he's playing dice with Mikitaka, he's got Mikitaka turned into the dice. I always think of Grandma got run over by a reindeer. I'm like, interesting. This must be the Japanese version, right? Grandma got hit by a car twice in a row. Alright. Just kind of go around collecting menial stuff. There's a shovel around here somewhere too, isn't there? I think it's over here. Just so that when I do the withers section and that's not over here. Where's the shovel? I don't know. I'll find a shovel eventually. I don't really care. Do I want to do us? Yeah, sure. Not only will I do us, but I'll help us because Josuke is just a really good guy. He'd probably think us is gross, but us isn't hostile. So I think he'd help him. Yeah. Wisdom saving throw. So what was the wisdom save? Brain quivers in expectation. Okay, that's nothing crazy. Man or a brain. He'd definitely want to know what the hell he's talking to. Doesn't know what it is. That helps because I was thinking, I'm pretty sure if you pass the check and you figure out what the creature is, it's like, oh, it's the people that trapped you here, and then it'd be like, oh, that's maybe destroy. You're afraid why the enemies, so many enemies. Okay. Oh, hey, Sarah. Yeah, definitely like the turtle, right? Like he's like, oh, I'm afraid to touch reptiles, but he still heals him and helps him get to the pond. So, based Josuke confirmed. Um. Okay, let's see. Uh. I think okay. You make a good point with the turtle, right? I think maybe he would investigate and then go for a dex check. I was thinking maybe to just break it, but that seems maybe more like something Part 3 Jotaro would do, like investigate and then attempt to break it. But I feel like Josuke would be a little more deft with his attempt at this because he thinks it's icky. Ooh, what dice is this? That's cool. I like that. Cool. Interesting. All right. Also, that helps because I have proficiency in investigation and I'm mainly dex, so... Just the dex. Oh, too late. That's fine. I'll go for the dex check instead of the medicine check. Because that makes more sense anyway. Nice. Josuke misinterpreting Joseph telling him about Lisa fighting cars. Maybe. I was under the impression that the grandma thing was grandma on mom's side. But that would be kind of funny. Or like Joseph hitting cars with a plane. He's like, oh, grandma got hit by a bus. No, I'm not gonna mutilate it. I'm just gonna let it go. And there it goes. Escape the Nautiloid. I think for the short time that we have to work with Lae'zel, because I know the thing to do on like the solo runs is you just push Lae'zel off of the Nautiloid and then she dies. And then you can like resurrect her later. And same thing with like Shadowheart. People just leave her behind and then you find her. She survived on her own. Go to the helm. What's at the helm? I'll help you once. I'll go, but not with you. I'll ask what I should call it. Because I know that's not like a thing. I was like, alright, let's go. We're friends now. This is Koichi, guys. Come on, Koichi, let's go save the world. Yeah. I feel like for the short time we're interacting with like the base game folks, like Lae'zel and Shadowheart, I feel like it's gonna be interesting. I love the devil way off in the distance over there that just kind of glitches in for a half second. I love seeing that. That's when you know you've started a good brand new game of Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, Josuke would definitely help them. I absolutely agree with that. But also like just their like reaction. Like Lae'zel is really mean at the beginning, and Shadowheart's like a little edgy nerd. This might be Cheap Trick. Yo, it'd be hilarious if he had like if he could like blow himself up. Absolutely. I'd be like, oh look, a Cheap Trick reference, and then he'd be dead. Plus, it's not even a solo run. You make a very good point. Yeah. I am like doing a thing where I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna use the base game companions, but it's honestly not. It's not because I wouldn't use the base game companions. If I was just running a game as Josuke, I would use the base game companions. But it's because like I already have like 11 people helping me, or I will whenever. So like when I unlock Astarion and Gale, I'll be making new characters as well. What made you think I was a thrall? I don't think he even knows what a thrall is. Who are you? Yeah. We need to figure out where we are. Josuke he's nice, right? But he's not particularly passive. We do see sometimes that he can be passive, but it's usually in the face of him experiencing aggression that doesn't rise to the level of things getting physical. Right? When he was being bullied by his seniors, right up until they insulted his hair, they were hitting him and calling him names and being rude, and they were trying to get him to strip down to his skivvies. Right? So they were like super bullying him and harassing him, and he was perfectly calm the whole time. Let's just go up and punch him.
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
But yeah, so it takes a bit to get Josuke to the point where he's like abrasive and bullheaded. But But he isn't passive either. He would absolutely, like, if required, my man Josuke stands on business, alright? Let's see. Let's just do... Find lacerate. Sometimes the radial has a hard time finding its target. And then us can go and finish this guy off. Okay, he's just got his claw attack. I forget, like, whether or not he's got, like, his... Oh, what? 1 point, you stupid, you suck. And then he did 1 point of damage. I'll kill you. Yeah, okay. I actually looked up whether or not there was, like, any instance in the game where any NPC makes fun of your hair. I don't think there is. But what we'll do instead is, I will... If anyone insults me, right? Because we know if someone insults him, he just kind of takes it in stride. But that is the closest we get in this game to somebody insulting your hair. Right? And that is like a core trait of Josuke's character, right? Is that he's obsessed with his hair, and anyone that makes fun of it, he, like, loses his temper and goes nuts. So, if anyone insults us, like using vicious mockery, or just saying anything insulting in general, it's gloves off, right? You know, it is time to throw down. Okay. Yeah, we'll do this section, and then we'll check the mods. Alright, just, picking all the pockets of all the dead thralls right now. Alright. There we go. And we are playing on honor mode, right? Yes, okay. Didn't even give me the option to pull up my my save menu. Also, you know, just word of warning. In the event that we do lose, which I do not foresee with 11 people on the team, but we won't have 11 to start. In the event that we do get killed, I'm just going to continue on dishonor mode. I'm not going to bother to
At the ready.
start my entire run over. That's a little excessive. I will just take the L. But we'll play on dishonor mode. I didn't want to do tactician because I feel like that's like you don't get the legendary actions and stuff, so it's a little too easy. So yeah, we'll be fine where we are. Sure. Right. You still can't reach. That's unfortunate. Whatever. All right, Lae'zel, it is your time to shine. If you don't kill him, I'm not going to use you for the rest of the run. You missed. You bozo. I should have just jumped and hit him. I forgot that she has good strength. Okay, you get to do something, but you're like a level 1 loser, so yeah, okay. 4 damage, oh, that's so crazy. Let me punch you in the mouth.
Picked the wrong fight, friend.
Yink. And then, actually, I'm going to use one of my key points. Yink. Got him. And then Lae'zel kind of did the wave with her arms there, putting her bow away. Alright. Let's steal all of her stuff and just leave her in there. No, I'm going to save her. Could have used custom. Okay, I was gonna use custom mode, but I'll keep it $150 with y'all. I was just too lazy. I didn't want to go in and have to do all the settings, so I was like, okay, I'll do honor mode, and if I die, I will take honor mode off. The only downside is I don't think you can turn off the single save thing. I'll have to check. Maybe there is a setting for that, and I will gladly and immediately push that setting. But so I'm gonna let me out! She's pink, 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 as she's slamming against the glass. I'm like, bye! No, I'll let her out later. So I am gonna try to help this lady, even though I know you can't. She's gonna get transformed, whatever. And technically, we can do a little headcanon here, right? Technically, Josuke. Well, no, I don't know. I was gonna say technically dishonor mode instantly. Oh, maybe, I don't know. We'll have to see. Yes, the genie in Act 3. That's a good example. He's gonna say something, and I'm gonna end up killing everybody in the entire carnival. Josuke doesn't kill people. He just punches them until they stop being mean. Even Kira, he got killed by an ambulance. They didn't actually try to kill him, I don't think. But the problem is, even Angelo, like, killed children, and he just, like, fused Angelo with a rock, right? It's a horrible punishment, but he didn't actually kill him. But unfortunately, I think the astral hands you use with Way of the Astral Self, so like our stand, I don't think it can do non-lethal damage. We can, but I don't think that our stand can, so there's really no point. So, you know, in the canon, I guess, in the canon of our run, we wouldn't be killing anyone, but, you know, in all actuality, yeah, they're like super dead. Here's all our stuff. Okay, so this is like the tutorial chest. It's like a cheat chest. There's some stuff in here. We're not going to use a whole lot of it, but there's some like interesting cheat stuff. However, there is something important in here for a character later on in the run, and that's these guns I have here. These venom carbines, and I believe we have like some revolvers in here or something somewhere. Something. Hand cannons. Yeah. So yeah, we'll hold on to those and we'll use them later. So technically speaking, we would be able to hear this lady. There's an interesting thing, right? Like, I don't know if you are still considered the previous person when you become a mind flayer. So if he tries to restore that lady to her original form, would it just like do nothing because now that's the mind flayer that grew inside of her? Or would it restore the exploded woman? And if it did, would the woman form around the mind flayer, or would the woman form separately to the mind flayer? And now there's just like two beings, right? Because like mind flayers don't have souls, but like people do. So it's very, very interesting. Definitely the dies. Yeah, of course the dies will be important. Of course, what are you talking about? Okay, yeah, okay, you make a good point. They were trying to kill Kira. No, Jotaro was definitely trying to kill Kira. I don't think Jotaro has any qualms with killing people, but the others are like high school students, so they're like, it's a little different for them, right? Jotaro at this point is like a full-blown adult, and before that he was like a gangster with a heart of gold. I don't think he killed people, but he definitely had his fair share of run-ins with the law. Can't save someone from death. Oh, that's true, that's true. Even though, like, there's that weird thing where, like, you know, his grandpa was dying and Jotaro's like, you can't save him because he's dead. But then Jotaro in part 3 saved his grandpa from dying when Dio exsanguinated him. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Also, my mod there, Sarah, she hasn't watched JoJo, so she does not understand any of these references. That's like one of my favorite things in the world, is like talking to people about like an incredibly bizarre thing, and then with no context, talking about all the weirdest things that happen. We were talking one time about Metal Gear Solid and Death Stranding. Both games made by Kojima, but Sarah knows one series, but she doesn't know the other, so I was explaining Metal Gear, which she's not familiar with, and it's like a fever dream. Probably wasn't dead. I don't know. He was bleeding out for a really long time. Like, he had no blood left in his entire body. Didn't we see his soul leave his body? Didn't like Joseph's soul as like a golden cloud like go to heaven? Like with what happened with Avdol and Kakyoin and Iggy? Didn't all their souls go to heaven? I'm pretty sure Joseph's soul left his body and then he was just fine. Also, Bushiroad in part 5. They brought him back to life for like 3 days. Now, granted, he was a zombie, but there's a little lack of consistency with this magic show with magic powers that don't really make sense. It's weird. Lali lule lo. Very true. Very true. 2 + 2 is 5, naturally. No Arcana. We're just gonna put our hand on the console. Pretty sure that is... I am! Look, it's been truthful in every other instance. So, I don't know, we have to go based off of what we're seeing. Their souls are literally ascending to heaven. That's true. It would not be the first time that Joseph's died. Can we... So I think Josuke would ignore the sensation, but also that's the only way to get her to open the thing, so... I'm just gonna go ahead and open it. Smoke and mirrors! He's using his bull... Yeah, man, that's it. breathed aggressively for like 50 years by that point. That's very true. That is very true. Which is, you know, it's a little unfortunate every time I see old Joseph, because old Joseph is a cool character, and he only gets treated so poorly in part 3 because he's not the main character anymore. I mean, Araki's very honest and forward about the fact that he doesn't want an old protagonist taking the new protagonist's spotlight. So he tries not to make, like, Jotaro super impressive in part 4 and part 6. He tries not to make Joseph not impressive in part 4 or part 3. But damn, it's like, Hamon is supposed to keep you young. Why is this man like a grandfather? He's been lacking, bro. He's not training. Dangerous. You got a problem with Gith Yankee? Yeah. I don't know if he'd let racism slide. As a wizard, you can open the console. Yes, that's very true.
Let me come with you.
And we are dipping into wizards, but there is of course the problem with, like, you know, the most in character class I think would be monk, because, you know, even like stand aside, Josuke throws hands, right? Or even Jotaro. Like the first time Josuke and Jotaro met, Jotaro said something about Josuke's hair. Josuke gets mad, they have a small little stand battle, and then Jotaro just punches him in the face. They throw hands. They do kind of be monks. Let's get going. I'm Josuke Higashikata. That's like the thing with Josuke. He's very friendly. Araki said that character-wise, he was modeled to be like someone's best friend. He's a real cool person, real chill guy. Definitely would be curious about some strange object that Shadowheart is trying to keep secret. Okay, I think everything in here is fine. Yeah, he absolutely fell off, man. What the hell? But yeah, I think we're good to go, right? We get a little juice. Go ahead and save our game. I think it auto saves up here anyway, but you know, I'd like to drop a manual save just in case. I think we're doing okay. So here's the thing. It has been maybe, I want to say, like, at this point, like 5 years since I've watched part 4. I mean, since I've watched clips, but since I like sat down and watched it, it's been like 5 years. So I'm not familiar enough or intimate enough with the characters right now to make like good decisions on like the minutia of how they would react to things. But I'm familiar enough that I can get started. And I think after that I'm just gonna like when I'm not streaming, I'll be watching part 4 JoJo to get reacquainted with the characters. Like, I know at a baseline, Koichi is shy but determined. Like, at least by the end of the series, he's still a bit of a shy kid, but he now has the confidence to kind of stand up for himself. And then, you know, Josuke is friendly but a little bit stubborn and like aggressive. Okuyasu's stupid and friendly and aggressive. He's like the trifecta. Rohan is like smarmy. He's like a jerk. But he also has like moments where he can be very like he's like a mentor to Koichi. So I remember like the finer points of all their overall characters. Koichi is a reliable guy, and absolutely you cannot trust autosaves. I don't know if anyone in the chat watched my my Little Mac run of Baldur's Gate 3, but I will never forget when I was doing my honor mode run. It was my first run of the game. It was my first ever run all the way through the game from start to finish. I had never made it to Act 2 in my personal playthroughs. I made it all the way to the end of Act 2 when I was fighting the Gith while trying to defend the Emperor. And the game auto-saved me over a cliff, and I died, and because it was honor mode, I only had the one save. And it just kept reloading me over the cliff. So I literally just had to start all over from the very beginning. It was horrible. I hated that. That was awful. And that was after spending 2 weeks trying to fight Merkel. It was a solo honor mode run. My first ever playthrough of the game. And I was playing as Little Mac, so I was only allowed to use my bare hands, and I wasn't allowed to use any armor. I spent like 2 weeks trying to kill Merkel, and then the game screws me. That was fun. I love being made to constantly backtrack everything. What do the comments say? Baby General launch. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, what's his name? Not Seth. Seth was the name of his stand. Alessi. That's the one. Let's collect some stuff while I'm here. I know there's like void bulbs and stuff, and those will be very important for what's his name? Okuyasu. But I don't want to spend too much time just standing around and stuff, because this is honor mode. This is not like playtime. I will get destroyed if I spend too much time just standing and looting. It's a little scary that him with 8 hit points is there in that crowd. A buddy until you wrong him. Yeah, I like that. I think that's fair. And even then, he's got pretty high tolerance. He was being pretty... That was some pretty ruthless bullying. And he still was, like, very chill. So he's very patient, but when you rub him the wrong way, he's liable to explode like a volcano. Yeah. The man has no chill. If you insult his hair, if you hurt his friends or whatever, even Rohan. He doesn't like Rohan, but when Yuya hurt Rohan, he was like, that's not cool. We're gonna fight now. I'm going to destroy your face. Rohan is a chill guy post first Josuke fight. Even in part 9, so it's a little weird because the part 9 him is like different from the one in part 4 because it's like a different universe, but effectively speaking, it's the same guy, and he is like super chill. Like he finds them robbing him, and I can't remember the guy's name because I haven't read a lot of part 9 yet, but the guy whose stand it is that he can like put wallets in his body. He can just like put people's stuff inside of himself, like an extra flap of skin or whatever. That dude is straight up like, I'm gonna kill you if you get any closer to me. And he's like, okay, sure, man, whatever you think is gonna happen. I'm sure everything's gonna work out the way you expect. So yeah, he is chill, but he does have a bit of an arrogant streak, and he does have a bit of like a mean streak, especially when it comes to Josuke. Because they are just non-sympathetic, simpatico? Non-simpatico? Something like that? Let's disengage here. I think yeah, I have enough movement. Alright, we're out of here. Especially with unarmored movement, I do believe we have more than enough. Alright. We finally made it past the tutorial, and it only took almost an hour and a half. That's Baldur's Gate 3. Do the hustle as a fire stand. Yes! Do the hustle. And then I get a copyright strike. Thank you, YouTube. Paco. My boy Paco. I gotta start reading part 9. Because I actually haven't even watched part 6 yet. Right? Like, I'm familiar with, like, the story and everything. I know what, like, happens from start to finish. But I've not watched the anime for it yet. So... I'm lacking, man. They're already releasing part 7. We're already in an entirely different universe. And I haven't even made it through part 6 yet. Oh, yes. Okay, Rohan. Let me see. Let me get my, my stuff. Let me get my phone where I've got all my stuff written down. So Rohan is going to be 3 levels of Astral Self Monk just to get his stand. First level Order of the Aesthetic Mystic. What did I need Mystic for? Oh, okay, knockback. You know, the ability where, like, stands can, like, punch people and send them flying. You can get that from, you know, just 1 level of, you know, Aesthetic Mystic. And he gets, like, 16 levels of Enchantment Wizard, because it's all about, like Tasha's Mind Whip, command, suggestion, stuff like that. It's all pretty much, you know, charm effects. Let's see... buy more void bulbs from Amelum. Very true, very true. You know, I don't have to scour. You're absolutely right. Oh yeah, for sure. I can imagine. You're reading like part 6. You know, maybe before like the anime comes out or whatever, and like people start, man, and then people start getting into it. That's like Sakamoto Days. Man, Sakamoto Days Season 2 is coming up, and I keep telling people, man, do not sleep on Sakamoto Days. It's so good. It is so good, man. People complained about the animation, and I feel like that maybe comes from... yeah, I think he'd check himself for injury first. And then maybe he'd check his surroundings, but, you know, check himself first. Because he can't heal himself, so that's kind of an important thing to make sure you're not, like, bleeding to death or whatever. He's not going to try to steal from Shadowheart. Yeah, people complained about Sakamoto Days Season 1 animation. I feel like that might just be because we've been getting spoiled with, like, such good animation recently. I feel like this, like, Sakamoto Season 1, I don't think there was anything egregious in there. I don't think there was anything so totally horrific. It wasn't like, somebody in my Discord made a joke about, the Seven Deadly Sins season, when everything was, like, when everything was garbage. That's, like, some of the worst animation I've seen since the Berserk movie, where, like, Guts walking was literally just his PNG bobbing on the screen. That was crazy, bro. or like the Blue Lock season, the new season of Blue Lock, where, like, everything was literally just, like, a PowerPoint, bro. That's crazy. Doesn't matter, we made it. No, I think he'd want to know. Right? It doesn't matter we made it, I think, is maybe more something like Okuyasu. Congratulations, he's level 2! What am I doing? Brick wall Meliodas. Yeah. Let's see, okay. I think we'll just take another level of Monk for now. Because we want to try to get to Astral Self as fast as possible with all of the different, characters we get. There's literally only one character on the entire roster that doesn't take any level of Monk. And that's going to be Shigechi. Shigechi is going to... He's pretty much going to be a Swarm Keeper Ranger, like, almost entirely. Because his Harvest is basically like like the Legion of Bees ability that Swarm Keeper Rangers get. So that will be his, like, main means of combat. So he'll be going, like, almost completely into Ranger. Yeah, Josuke would probably be concerned as to where Lae'zel is. Let's... Yeah, okay. I get that. I get that. Certain prejudices in the world of D&D are founded, but that Josuke would not stand for that. You leave Frog Woman alone. She might be injured or even worse. Yeah. Maybe so, but Josuke is a friendly guy.
We might have escaped, but we still have these little monsters in our heads.
I don't think he'd really care where they are. He'll figure it out.
And we both know what's at stake.
Definitely gotta be a halfling. Maybe I haven't quite picked, but man, I can tell you, I'm definitely considering a halfling for sure. And whatever he ends up being, he's gonna look horrifying. You thought No Beard Elminster was terrifying? Just you guys wait. All right, let's get a move on.
It would have been all too easy for you to run right past my pod.
Oh, Jojolian is your favorite part? That is, you see, that's interesting. Okay, I don't have a lot of experience with Jojolian, because I haven't read it, or, you know, obviously I haven't watched it, the anime isn't out, but, I've peeped around, you know, like I've seen some things. I can definitely say that Wonder of You is one of my favorite stands of all time, like, bar none. Yeah, I think I can see why Jojolian definitely has an appeal to it. Right? I think if I were to, like, for example, I feel like Araki, as time has gone on, I feel like he's moved away from, like, archetypes of characters, and now his characters are, like, more personified. Like, Johnny and Josuke from Jojolian, they're very relatable characters. I don't know, yeah, that's interesting. I don't know how many people would say that Jojolian is their favorite part. Okay, so can we get rid of Shadowheart?
Something the matter?
Yeah, you go to the camp. I'm sure. Goodbye, Shart. Alright. So, before we level up... Well, actually, I guess we'll level up first, and then we'll do this. I like Jonathan. No! No! Ike Main! I am the same brother! Part 1 is my favorite part. Jonathan is my favorite JoJo. I like Part 2. I think Part 2 slaps. I think Part 3 is awesome. Part 3 is like the foundation of the whole series. Part 4 is probably a very close second or third for like my favorites, right? I think part 7 is like my second favorite, and Johnny is my second favorite, which is ironic because part 1 and Jonathan are my favorites. Dude, they get slept on so hard. Let's go monk and then druid spell feat. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go ahead and get that knocked out. Magic initiate druid. So what did I need that for? Let me check. I think that was for ball bearing. Let me see. I know at some point I need expeditious retreat, but I think I get that from wizard. Misty step. I think it's rock slam. New cantrip. Let me see. Okay, so we have the 5e spell feats and stuff. Okay, so rock slam. I don't know if this is one of the spells that's coming over from 5e. I don't recognize it. But basically what rock slam does is it lets you fling a rock at someone, and that is going to be... I don't know if you guys remember, for those of you that haven't seen it, of course not, but he fights a rat, Josuke, he fights a rat in part 4 named Bug Eaten. And its stand is like a gun that can like kill anyone instantly, basically. It like turns their flesh into like melted flesh and they die. The way he beats this creature is by using his stand to flick ball bearings at it. So this is gonna kind of replicate that. Do I need any other cantrips? Let's see. Let me look through the list and see if anything is important. I feel like impact is, but I'll have to check because it's like a good punch, right? Stone forming could be, but I think I have something else for that. Let me see. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with wall of stone instead of like stone forming. Also, it's not like he's an earthbender, right? He has to like break the ground first. Don't need water bullet. Mold earth. No, because it just turns the ground to mud. Magic stone was one I considered because, I mean, it's basically the same thing as rock slam, but I think I'll go with rock slam. Infestation. Shigechi is gonna need infestation because it's like a swarm of like flying bugs. I think. Wait, do we need thunderclap? Let me see. Yes, we do need thunderclap. Do we need impact at all? Let me see. Okay. No. Yes, we do. We do need impact, so... Oh, man. We need... but I think we can get Thunderclap from Wizard, whereas I don't know if we can get impact from Wizard. So we're gonna go ahead and take Rock Slam and Impact. Let's see what's going on with the chat. Beetle tendency. Alright, alright. Somebody get that guy out of here. Yeah, I would say that's fair, right? Right? It's like it's a so the reason why a lot of people don't like part 1 is actually kind of the reason why I do like part 1. People don't like it because it's kind of like basic. It's very like by the numbers, very traditional, it's a very classical story. I know people like postmodern stories, which is more like Joseph. Right, it's an inversion of the classical like hero saves the day because Joseph is a bit of like a scamp. He's a rapscallion, right? He doesn't play by the rules, right? It's very postmodern. It's like a commentary on the normal hero, the heroic hero, the Jonathan Joestar, right? He's the lovable scamp and kind of like evil lawbreaker who's friends with a Nazi. You know, he's not your average everyday hero. But I feel like postmodernism is kind of like done to death at this point. And I'm just kind of bored of everything being a subversion of expectations. I like a good classic story where the hero goes and fights the villain in an evil castle and he saves the day. That's fine. I actually prefer that because it's much rarer nowadays. Let's see. Do we need any of these? Do we need Earth Tremor? Yes, we do. We need Earth Tremor. Do we need anything else from here? Lightning Tendril, Water Blast. I'm only checking the new ones because I know we don't need any of the old ones. All right, I will take Earth Tremor. All right, we're getting along the way. We're getting things figured out. Let's see. Uh, Stakes of a golden Lamborghini? Bro, I gotta watch Jojolian. uh, let's see. Might as well take both. Okay, so here's the breakdown for Josuke's stuff. So he's got an attack in All-Star Battle R. For those of you that are tuning in after the beginning, I kind of explained the method to my madness at the beginning of the stream, but for those of you that came in later, basically I'm using Josuke, and for everyone else, I'm using their appearance in the JoJo fighting game, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure All-Star Battle R. I'm using their appearance in that game and their moveset in that game to get like a good grasp of like all the different like powers that these characters have, because it's kind of hard to keep track of everyone's powers, you know, and be able to represent like all they can do. So for Josuke's moveset, the reason why we need Rock Slam, Impact, and Thunderclap, let's see. So in that game, he has a move called Dora. Yeah, you'd never guess it. It's literally like his stand cry. Where he like unleashes like a stand rush, like a bunch of punches from his stand Crazy Diamond onto the ground. And it allows you to good. Okay, you've played it, so you know what I'm talking about, right? So Dora, when you like do the stand rush on the ground, yeah, it allows you to like punch your opponent if they're grounded. Even if they're not grounded, you can like smash the toes. But it also allows you to break up the ground so that you can use a different ability, as you were, to basically teleport back to that position, and you do so by like grabbing a piece of the broken ground and then restoring it to its original shape. So that piece kind of pulls you over. Playing it right now. There you go. I'm probably going to play it tonight while listening to JoJo Part 4. So that Thunderclap and Earth Tremor. Thunderclap is going to be was going to be our Dora, and then we were going to wait until we could get first level spells to upgrade to Earth Tremor. But now I can just skip right to using Earth Tremor, right? There's no move in the game where you can, or no spell in the game where you can hit the ground and cause it to like burst. But with Earth Tremor, you're basically getting the same effect. So when I get things like Misty Step, Dimension Door, Arcane Gate, I can only teleport to places that I've used Earth Tremor on beforehand, right? Or Shatter or whatever, and I can only use these spells near my location. Smashing the ground, yeah, and then you can create a shield. That too. The shield I'm gonna save Wall of Stone. Right? Wall of Stone to erect the wall of, like, destroyed concrete. Like what he does when he's fighting, Yuya and Highway Star. Let's see. What was the other one I needed? I actually still need Thunderclap for a different spell, apparently. Or a different move. What was the other one? Impact. You already know, Rock Slam is for when he's flicking the ball bearings. Impact is for... Oh, Dora! It's the move he does in the game when Crazy Diamond like slides across the ground and kicks upward. There's no like move or spell like that in the game, like a launching move. I didn't know what to do for Little Mac's uppercut when I was doing my Little Mac run. So what I ended up doing is I was like, okay, well it's like a big hit. What is Impact? It's like a spell you can cast that allows you to do like a big melee punch. So that's kind of my logic there. It's something to separate it from a normal unarmed strike. Okay. Now that we got that straight away, it's now time to use Mordenkainen's compact creation or companion creator to create the companion that's going to be replacing Shadowheart. Actually, we have to get Koichi and Jotaro, and then we'll be getting a companion to replace Shadowheart. Because we have like 11 characters that we're going to end up with, but there are only like 9 companions in the game. There's Shadowheart, Astarion, Gale, Lae'zel, Karlach, Will, and then you get Halsin and Jaheira, and then you get Minsk. Also Minthara, so that's 10, but that would still leave us 1 short. So I'm starting with Koichi and Jotaro, and then every time I have an opportunity to unlock a new companion, I will recruit them, send them to camp, and then swap them out with a JoJo character. So let's begin character creation. Yay! We're back. It's only been like 30 minutes since the last time we were in character creation, but we're already back. All right, let's start with Koichi. So Koichi will obviously be shorter. I'm wondering if I should go halfling for Koichi. Let's do it. Why not? Some people complain when I don't pick like big like races for and I'm gonna be doing all humans otherwise anyway. So let's do a halfling. Let's do a dwarf. You make a dwarf without a beard. Are you really even making a dwarf? Should I do a halfling for because of the disproportionate limbs? Should I do a halfling for Shigechi and do a gnome for Koichi? Because I feel like the gnome is a little more proportionate, especially in the torso. Small, clever, energetic gnomes. Jotaro is definitely first. I will do Jotaro, but I think I'll start with Koichi since I'm already planning him out in my noggin. Let's do a gnome. I don't think I've ever made a gnome character before. So he gets dark vision and artificer lore, which gives him history checks. He gets speak with animal. Does Koichi ever do anything with animals? There's like he gets a dog, right? I'm trying to remember. No, the ghost girl has a dog and he befriends it. Would I? Definitely not a deep gnome. They're like stealthy and stuff like that. It's not what I'm going for there. Might do rock gnome because he's usually like the character. Koichi is like the character that like does the background checks. That's why Jotaro considers him like. Oh, he walks police. You're right. Oh man, that makes it hard. Cause okay, so Jotaro considers him a reliable guy because like Jotaro, he like researches the people they're going up against. He does background checks. Josuke just kind of floats through life and like handles whatever's thrown at him. Whereas Koichi is the one that's like, okay, let's track down the stand arrow. Okay, Akira just killed Keicho. We need to figure out who Akira is and like track down the stand user for Red Hot Chili Pepper, right? So yeah, deep gnome makes no sense. Rock is basically the only one. Yeah, I think we'll go with Rock because he walks police and he like befriends the ghost girl's dog, but like you can't talk to them. Yeah, we'll do Rock Gnome. Okay, so he is also starting as a monk, I do believe. Let me go down and see. Rohan. Yeah, he gets a lot of levels of monk because I mean he needs them for Act 3. Act 3 doobie doo. Okay, is it gonna make me put a hood on again if I pick monk? It is lame. Okay, we'll do this first. What does Koichi wear? He wears like green, like a green high school outfit. Man, this is a deep cut, man. We're going back to part 4. Which has I'll say it right now. Part 4 has the best music in the whole series. It started the trend with stands being named after like musical references. And it's got the best songs in the series. I will not hear otherwise. There are good songs in other parts, but part 4 has the best music. Man. I even like Chase. Like, I want to chase you, but Breakdown is so iconic, my mom sings that. And, like, she doesn't even know what a stand is. Befriend Stray Cat. That's true. That's true. They both befriend Stray Cat. And Stray Cat is shown to be a particularly difficult creature. Let me look up a picture of Koichi. Koichi Hirose. Koichi Hirose. Alright. Pretty sure he's got like a green... Yeah, he's got a green like high school uniform. So we'll take like a green robe. So we're not gonna start with Act 0 with the egg. We're basically gonna do what he does in Battlestar, or in All-Star Battle R, where basically somehow he has access to all 3 acts at once. Like, some moves it uses Act 1 to like, attack or whatever. it like runs towards the enemy and just like hits them. And then some attacks he has Act 2, and he like inscribes things like bam or sizzle or whatever, or boof, and it has like certain effects. And then he gets Act 3, and it's like a normal stand, and it also has gravity powers. But Koichi doesn't do a whole lot of fighting in the traditional sense, so it would be hard to progress Koichi as he progresses in the anime or in the manga. So instead, I'm just gonna try to progress in the way that is most conducive, I suppose? Right. Okay, yeah. Because, like, if we tried to go for Act 1, then I'd be going Wizard to get, like, stuff like Find Familiar and stuff like that to replicate Act 1. But then the problem is I would only be able to attack with Find Familiar. Because if I tried to, like, punch with my hands, it would do, like, 1 damage, and Koichi would be, like, absolutely useless, which is not good for Honor Mode, right? And then if we tried to go for Act 2 first, which I don't know why we would, but in the event that we did, I'm planning to replicate that with Rune Knight Fighter, but we would have to get to at least 3rd level before we could, you know, actually start inscribing stuff. So it's like a whole thing. We'll just start from Monk, you know, just figure it out as we go. We'll do, like, green robes. Yeah, there's nothing, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I think it's the closest to what he's got. Do a quick run. This one is okay, but it's got too much decal. He can use all 3 after getting Act 3 anyway. Can he? Did we ever see him use Act 2 or 1 after Act 3? Because the assumption is, well, obviously not, because why would he need Act 2 or 1? Act 3 is just, for most instances, is just objectively stronger. But I don't know if we ever actually see him able to use the prior acts. It doesn't matter. Wizard, because it makes the most sense for echoes. Well, okay, so for the gravity stuff, like, because what would you use for Wizard, right? Like, he can't attack with, like, fire bolts or rays of ice or anything like that. But the thing is, like, to replicate the gravity spells, I have a special class, a special subclass, or I think it's actually a class. I don't think it's a subclass of Sorcerer, but I have a special mod class called Cosmic Sorcerer that has, like, a bunch of gravity-based attacks and stuff. And, I mean, it's perfect for Act 3. I'm gonna pick Scribe because he's, like, a dedicated student. Yeah, I think that's fine. Wait, what does it get? History, perception. Okay, as long as we're getting perception, we're good to go. So he's gonna be mainly. Let's do. Okay, so this is built for, like, with a fighter in mind. So instead, we're gonna go Dex. We're gonna drop that to 10 because he's not particularly strong, regardless. Let's see. Oh, does he? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, shoot. Well, there you go. Okay. We'll be acting as though he is... Because I had to do this for Simon Belmont too, right? Like, I'm using the character as they are in the end game, but they somehow lost all of their powers, so they have to regain them through playing the game. Because it's kind of hard to represent the nuance of, like, the character development of, like, Simon Belmont going through the events of Castlevania 1 and 2, and Richter going through things like Symphony of the Night and Rondo of Blood, all their different character arcs, when you're juggling multiple characters and, like, only some of them get to react sometimes. It's all very interesting. So I just try to use, like, the most recent, up-to-date, like, complete version of the character, and I try to represent that as best as possible. So let's put that into Dex. Let's lower Constitution a little bit. That's okay. He's going into Fighter, but he's not gonna fight like a fighter. He's just doing it for like, the spells. Let's do a little bit into... God, I wish I... What is the spellcasting modifier for Cosmic Sorcerer? It probably uses Charisma, but I would like to check. Cosmic Sorcerer, Baldur's Gate 3. Okay. Astral-themed Sorcerer subclass? Sure, I don't know. We'll figure it out. So if it's a sorcerer subclass, then that means charisma, I believe. Yeah, okay, good. Because I've never played a sorcerer. Yeah, Johnny can also use his axe. That's true. Spells being echoes doing it. True, but like, I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. I'll start with my initial plan, and if I'm feeling that maybe it's not accurately reflecting Koichi's fighting style and his just uses Act 3 mostly because yeah, it's way faster and more suited for close range combat. But you guys are making like a good point. Like for tactical reasons, you know, he would need to switch back to the other two, and both him and Johnny have shown that they can do that. So we know that once you get to Act 3, it's not like you just lose Act 1 and 2. God, do we always have 27 points? It seems like a lot. Should we just can't go above 16 there. And I think we're fine at 14 to replicate like Koichi's level of like fortitude. Are they? Koichi and Johnny have the same voice actor? I actually didn't know that. That's awesome. I think I'll put more into charisma because it's a spellcasting mod. Yeah, look at that. That's perfect. Perfect. All right. Athletics is definitely a no because he's like a little shrimp. Insight for sure. And then let's give him animal handling for... Wait, where's the second point I have? Athletics? Get out of here. Animal handling and insight for sure. Okay. Firebolt and whatnot could be him inscribing. I think I actually did that for one of the things. Like Kaboom is Glyph of Warding Thunder, for example. Okay, for Sizzle, what I did was to replicate the fact that he's inscribing a fire property onto an item. I'm taking Rune Knight, and I'm putting the fire rune on a dagger, and then I throw the dagger at a person. So Firebolt could represent that, for sure, but I do also like my, like, weird workaround for it, because I even had to go through and do, like, testing to make sure that the fire rune would still proc even if I wasn't holding it, and it does. Right? Wow, Eren Yeager, Todoroki, and Meliodas. Wow, guy is, guy gets around, and he's got good range, too. Because I've watched Attack on Titan, I've watched My Hero Academia, and I've watched, Seven Deadly Sins, and I did not know that they were all the same voice actor. Act 4, he never really has to, since he can... Oh! Oh, that's... So he can, but he doesn't really have to, because he basically gets an all-in-one with Act 4. And it makes sense. If you have nails that can fire through dimensions, then that's kind of a catch-all, you know? Let's see face. What did we... So he's got no... Let's get the beard off, which helps. That also helps with facial variety amongst the Morioh warriors. They don't all have, like, the same face. Let's get the facial hair off. No beard. Aw, little baby face. Aw. Alright. Let's see. Face. Let's go through our different options here. What says Koichi? Koichi Hirose. That's a good picture of his face. Okay, hang on. Let me put my stand on there. Oh, I've got a stand. Red Fox got a stand confirmed. Barkus. Oh god, it's so incredibly ugly. Oh brother, it's the Jotaro face of gnomes. Wolverine. He's got the scars, which kind of throw everything off. You also want to walk. Yeah, you're right. Hello, Luis. Welcome to the stream. If you're just joining us now, yes, that is Gnome Koichi. Yeah, you got it. Okay, yeah. So basically, we've already built Josuke, and we've gotten off the Nautiloid, and we are currently in the midst of constructing Gnome Koichi. Yeah, you got it. This is very, very involved. we're on hour 2, and I feel like an hour and 15 minutes of what we've been doing it's all just been on character creation. So that one's a little too chonk. This one might be the best one because he's got a kind of it's bulky all the way to the chin. Is how his face is. This one is okay, but I don't like the facial structure. This one's the chin is too strong. These three are like old men. They do not fit. I like this one and this one. This one's got a bit of like a natural 5 o'clock shadow going on. So, and this one's too round. His face is too round. The 5 o'clock shadow, I'm just not digging it. So it's between this one and this one. I think I'm just gonna go with the natural face. He's actually not as pale as Josuke. He's got a little color in his skin. That maybe a little more. Yeah, that's perfect. No, let me see this compared to this. Okay, I see it. Yeah. Yeah, that works. Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah. Okay, maturity is nothing. No wait, does he have freckles? I mean, he's got like... no, he's just got rosy cheeks. Oh, God, I just saw... I was looking at part 4 Koichi, and then I saw part 5 Koichi. Guy looks... he looks like a possessed doll. Oh, brother. Sorry, part 5 Koichi, you ugly as sin. He's not even that ugly when you look at him, like, compared to part 5 characters. It's just so drastically different to the part 4 art style. Okay, that's fine. He's just got rosy cheeks. Alright. So eye color is, like, green? Green? No, he's got, like, blue. He's got light blue, which is good, because we have light blue and spades here. It's actually a little dark compared to his eye color. Koichi Hirose. What a reliable looking guy. Actually, you know what? That might be spot on, actually. So this is too light. That's like too blue. His eye color is a bit muted. It's like a mute blue. I like that. Okay, let's just do that. Let's give him heterochromia. No. That is cool. Okay, I think we're good. Now for the hair. The hair is going to be the fun part. So I think I'm going to go with his, like, Act 3 Super Saiyan hair. Yeah. Yeah, we could just say this is part 6 Koichi. Hyper-realistic Koichi. Yeah, alright, sure. Alright, here we go. The hair is always the one that kind of takes a while. I mean, it probably... well then. Beautiful Koichi with homophobia. Man, get this guy out of here. This guy... Saiyan boss, bro. Also, the reason I tried to get Wizard Sorcerer Koichi is because almost your... okay, so it definitely starts out as pretty much everyone being melee, but let me take a look at the roster and see how it ends up. So, Josuke is going to be melee. Okuyasu is kind of weird because he is melee, but because of the nature of his, like, erasure ability with the hand, he has a lot of ranged options. Yeah, he definitely does. He's actually pretty cracked out with ranged options. Rohan is melee, but he uses, like, a pen to attack people, like his pens and brushes or whatever. And most of the time, he's going to be casting spells. He's going to be using, like, charming spells and spells that deal psychic damage, stuff like that. He's only a little melee. Koichi is kind of split across the 3 acts. Like, in, when we get Act 1, that's basically just going to be the Find Familiar spell. Pink Dark Boy during Bohemian Rhapsody. What is going on over there? For Act 2, we have things like inscribed stuff, like Glyph of Warding Thunder will be our Kaboom. Boing is going to be the Gust spell. Sizzle is going to be Fire Rune with a thrown weapon. We have, like, a bunch of different, like spells and stuff. The wind he makes with Act 3 is going to be Glyph of Warding Detonate, because it, like, knocks people back. And then he has like a bunch of gravity stuff, but the gravity stuff is like supposed to be melee. So Yukako is not. She only has 1 level of monk, and that's only because she does like the bare minimum for fighting, and I didn't want to waste a feat on Tavern Brawler. But most of the time she's going to be fighting with spells that mimic whips to represent her hair. Jotaro is going to be mostly melee. Akira is going to be like a melee and then electricity spell hybrid. That one's kind of weird. And also I tried to incorporate the fact that like the more electricity he generates, the stronger he is. I tried to do that with lightning charges, but it's kind of weird because lightning charges are very weird in this game. Like, they exist and they have items that make use of them, but predominantly early is all melee. That's true. That is very true. Which he is okay, well, to be fair, Jotaro is kind of misogynistic, like, actually. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Let's see. Do we have anyone that's not? So we have Yukako is not. Akira is kind of a mix. He's like half predominantly melee early. Yukako is basically not melee early. Rohan is, but at least he's using a weapon, so at least it's not all just people punching. Shigechi is not. He doesn't even get any levels of monk. He gets 11 levels of Swarmkeeper Ranger and 9 levels of Circle of the Spore Druid. That's literally it. Kira is predominantly. Kosaku, of course, is the same person. Keicho is another person that gets no monk levels. He's going to be 11th level Artillerist Artificer, 2 levels of Fighter for Action Surge, and 7 levels of Conjuration Wizard to like conjure people to attack for him. And Yuya is going to be predominantly melee. So we are mostly predominantly melee, but at the very least, not everyone is. It's not all going to be. I'm sick of looking at bald Koichi. All right, stop questioning my genius. Okay, let's look through. Okay, so the plane. Let me scroll down to Akira. Akira. I won't deny that my hips don't lie. Okay. Spitfire. Okay, so there is a ring in the game called the Ring of Elemental Infusion. And you know what the Ring of Elemental Infusion does? I don't know. I don't remember. But apparently it allows you to infuse a type of elemental damage to a weapon or something like that. Because I have it written down that the plan is to use a lightning infusion from the Ring of Elemental Infusion and then use a thrown weapon, right? There's no, like, model plane in the game that I can, like, put my Red Hot Chili Pepper electricity into and then control it to attack someone. But I can, like, because it does electric damage, right? It bursts into electricity and, like, it's Red Hot Chili Pepper's electric damage. So I can, like, throw an electricity-infused item at someone, like a dagger, kind of like Koichi with his sizzle. So, something like that. You're gonna make that chef guy and give him Hero's Feast. Oh, Louis. I'm sorry. I will not be making Tonio trendy. I actually used him as an example at the beginning of the stream. The problem is, I didn't know who to pick. So I tried to pick, like, mostly only combat-applicable people. And unfortunately, Tonio Trendy and his Pearl Jam, they really only have, like, the one thing. You eat it, and then Okuyasu is like, "Oi, Josuke, my diarrhea tummy is gone." So I was like, I don't know if you get. This is tragic. It really is. In a different world, we could be watching Can I Beat Baldur's Gate 3 as Tonio Trendy. Alright, let's find the Koichi haircut. Not the Friar Tuck. Just like generic, like, Dragon Ball Super Saiyan hair. Just something that, like, stands up. Preferably something that has bangs. I guess this could work. If nothing else, we could go for the Feywild Trickster. But a lot of the hairs are just, like, bangs. Or not bangs, like shoulder-length hair. Some of these haircuts are absolutely whack. They went to the barber, and the barber was like, "Trust, man," and they just messed them up. Tonio heads, me, are in shambles. Yeah, sorry guys. All you Tonio heads out there for sure. I'll be honest though, I did like him as a character. I thought the gimmick of like, oh, he's evil. Oh wait, no, actually he's just like a really cool guy that's super passionate about his food. And also like it has nothing to do with like the stand arrow and that whole thing and like all the evil machinations in town. I like it. It's honestly good world building. I think that's one of my favorite things about Part 4 is that because it's based on Araki's hometown, I think it did a really good job of making Morioh feel lived in. It's got its own radio station. You see Kira like a dozen times in the show before he actually pops up as a named character. Like he lives in town. He's there, right? He doesn't just appear out of nowhere. So yeah, I like the Tonio Trendy arc. I think it represents a lot of what Araki did right with the writing for Part 4. Okay, I'm not seeing anything super promising yet. Let's give him the pompadour. Josuke would be proud. Let's give him the Kithrak Voss. Does it say anything? No, it's just Poppy Bud. No. So like maybe this? No, it just doesn't. It doesn't have enough air. It doesn't stand up. Come on, folks. Where's your Super Saiyan 2 Gohan pride? Let's give him the Shadow Heart. There's no NPC in the game with hair that I'm looking for. Maybe Gorton? No, because it's flat on top. Rah! Give him the sauce. Yeah, man. Astarians is also too slicked down. Isabel. Yeah, no, I think we might have to go Baldur's Gate with all the JoJos. Yeah, because on the one hand, that'd be really fun. We could have it would be like the Eyes Over Heaven game or whatever when all the JoJos team up to fight Dio over Heaven. That's really cool. That's really cool. But on the other hand, I feel like it kind of plays into the thing that I was trying to avoid with like by like making all of the Part 4 characters, and that like I don't want to have to do like, okay, I'm doing a Part 4 character run and now I'm doing another one because people want Okuyasu, and now I'm doing another one because people want Koichi. So maybe I'm definitely not shooting it down, but it's something I have to consider. You can even see Kira in the background during the episode where Akira drains Morioh's electricity. Exactly, it's stuff like that. It's like the world is lived in. These people don't just magically appear out of like thin air. Like Kira is a businessman who's been living, lurking, and killing in that town for years, right? The only difference between before Part 4 and during Part 4 is when he got a stand, it just made it easier for him to kill people. Speedwagon was there. Man, Speedwagon. What an absolute Giga Chad. My favorite waifu. I think we're gonna go with Feywild Trickster, because it's one of the few haircuts that, I don't know how to describe it, but you guys can probably tell what I'm talking about here. The hair moves upward, right? Like, take for instance, the very next haircut, Solemn Huntress. The hair starts rounded on top and moves down to the shoulders, whereas this kind of starts flat and squared off at the base and moves upward. Right? I don't know. Maybe that makes sense. Sure, we'll go with that. Feywild Trickster. Give him a beard. Now his hair is ironically, the color is going to be the easiest part. He's got, it's not white, but it is gray. So not quite this. Is that... So this has some like lighting, some shading done. Oh, it's this Part 5 picture. Because even though his face is wonky, the color is good. Maybe a little lighter. Oh. Oh. I like it. Ash, or Blonde Ash. Blonde Ash 4. That's Blonde Ash Hale. Oh, brother. Okay. So. I think we're good. I think this is our Koichi. Is this like bad? Is this good? Is this bad? It's bad? Okay, thanks. Alright, good. I thought so too. Alright, his name is going to be Koichi Hirose. I like his last name. Koichi Hirose. What a reliable guy. And then we're gonna do random again. Oh, he got oh no, it's a halfling. I thought it was a gnome. What? Okay, if I change her to a gnome, does do the settings stay? Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Whatever. This is gonna his gnome guardian for a gnomey boy. All right, and now, ladies and gentlemen, now folks, we're going to be making part 3 protagonist. Oh. Oh, man. My game crashed. No. Please. Okay, well, okay, it's not that big of a deal. We have our settings, so we don't have to sit through another, what's it been, like 20 minutes? Like 30? 100? I'm losing all sense of time. Also, hopefully it didn't, like, kick us all the way back to the Nautiloid. That would really suck. But at least we figured out what exactly it is we want to do. Also, this would be a good time to check mods real quick. We can go ahead and do that, because I said I was going to do that when we got off the Nautiloid anyway. Mod check time. Yeah, really. Okay. Now I got a lot of class mods that I probably actually don't need, but I like playing with all the new mods. Or all the new classes, rather. So we have, Barbarian, we have some, like, subclasses, we have, like, the Fighter and the Monk. We have, like, new backgrounds, which is cool. Add-ons, we can go ahead and update that, seeing as we're here. Quality of life stuff. We're gonna need the cheater spell scroll for, someone later. Go ahead and update Cosmic Sorcery. Okay, we got a couple updates, which makes sense. Before I started recording today, for anyone who was not here at the beginning of the stream, I came up with the idea to stream today at like 1:37 my time, GMT 5. Yes, another Xbox ASBR player. You got me. So I got this idea at like 1:37. And I was like, okay, I'm going to stream at 2. So now I have like 20 minutes to figure everything out. And then like I realized I didn't have a thumbnail for the stream. I had some other problem that I don't remember. I had to like notify everyone on Discord. I had to make a notification on YouTube. I had to like make sure I had all my mods straight away. I had like a bunch of problems, and then also Baldur's Gate 3 had like a 3 gig update, and I was like, yeah, everything's falling apart, but I got it. I got it. A 5th person to join online queues. Oh, I'm sorry to say, bud, but I don't think I'll be joining any online queues because I am not paying the subscription for Xbox Live Gold. Oh man, isn't that something? I won't pay for Game Pass. I won't pay for Gold. I won't pay for nothing. So okay, I said I had a difficulty mod. Now I need to find it. I sure hope I do. Because I don't think I have anything that I can... Or anything that I want... Also, I don't even know if you can delete most mods after you've started a game. Oh man, did I forget the difficulty mod? Oh, guys, I think I forgot the difficulty mod. Do I have a spot open for it? Because you can add mods, you just can't take them away. I think I forgot the difficulty mod. I do have one spot open, according to the thing. According to the thing. Searching for mods. Okay. I don't need you to search for mods. I need you to search for making my life harder. Could I just look up difficulty? Sure, let's... Or difficult. Okie dokie. So Nightmare difficulty, I think, was the one that I planned to download. Let me... Yeah, Tactician Enhanced was the one that I was, It's like the best one. But I did see this one, and for some reason I wanted to pick it, so let me read what it says and see if I still want it over enemy AI, crafting encounters that are not just harder but smarter, more dynamic, and deeply rewarding. Enemies now think tactically, prioritizing high-value targets, coordinating attacks, and adapting strategies. It has archetypes. Dynamic positioning. Balanced aggression. Okay, works on any playthrough, can be disabled at any time. That's good, I like that. Probably for the best you don't go online. Most people who still play are huge sweats. Yeah, I saw someone fighting, I saw someone using a Part 4 Josuke to fight a Wonder of You recently. Oh my god. I don't think I've ever had less fun watching someone play a video game ever. Here's how it went. The Josuke would try to do something, and then the Wonder of You guy would just run away and spam projectiles. It was like watching, it was a scene straight out of like, esports, like, God, what's the fighting tournament called? I'm blanking on the name off the top of my head, but like when people would play Injustice 2 and everyone would like pick Deadshot and just or Darkseid and just run to the other side of the screen and just spam projectiles until like everyone died. Oh, brother. All right. So the thing I like is it seems like a good difficulty enhancer, and you can disable it. So if I have to like chicken out, I can do that, and it's compatible with patch 8. So I might do Tactician Enhanced in another video in the future, right? For example, if anyone suggests Part 5. Part 5 has like 1 million characters. So, not as many as Part 4. I thought it was funny that someone suggested Josuke, and I was like, oh, I'll do Part 4, because it has like 11 characters. 12 if you include both Kira's. So it has the most characters in ASBR out of like any part. But I think Part 5 is like right next to it. So, if I do my Part 5 run and I have like a group of like 9 people, I might use Tactician Enhanced, but I think this time I'm gonna go for Nightmare difficulty. Wonder if you is fun to beat. You just play Poochie and take his disc and he literally can't do anything. That does sound pretty awesome. It's like, well, you're fighting a stand and you don't get to have your stand powers anymore, so... them's the breaks, man. Okay. Makes sense, but I think Tactician balance is balanced for 11 characters. Well, I definitely plan to use it. I hope... We'll see it. Oh! I just smashed my mic with my finger. I probably blew out everyone's ears. So I do plan to use Tactician Enhanced for the Part 5 run, at least. I'm gonna try Nightmare difficulty, and if I don't like it, the thing I like is that I can just turn it off. It says that you can uninstall that mod, and then there is no problem. So, in theory, if I go in and I get stomped, then... Downgrade? Oh, it's because I upgraded them. Downgrade unavailable. Wah! Yeah, if I don't like Nightmare difficulty, I can just live with what I got. Free Made in Heaven, because he... Oh! Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, you can literally, like tell Sea Moon to ascend to heaven and get Made in Heaven, and there's nothing he can do to stop it. Wow. Yeah, and that's just desserts, too, because, man... Listen, if you play Wonder of You because you like that character and he's fun, you're awesome. I do that, too. I like playing of Wonder of You, but just because he's like, oh, Yuxaido, you know, to beware the calamity. Whoa, it's so cool. I like that. He's like my favorite stand. But if you play him because he's meta, you are a bad person and bad things should happen to you. Okay, let's see where we end up because I actually didn't look. Sometimes it takes a while to load because of the loading screen mod, but funny enough, I've deleted this loading screen mod like 20 times and it just doesn't go away. Yo, yes I am. I'm doing Passion, I'm doing La Squadra, I'm doing everyone from Part 5. So Giorno will be fighting alongside Risotto, Abacchio will be fighting alongside Diavolo. It'll be everyone. Now, I don't know if I'll do them all at one time. Maybe not all at one time. Okay, so it was one that far back, and we remember like our stuff. I might do like part 1 is Passione, Act 2 is La Squadra, and part 3 is I can't remember their names, but the Executioners. I might do it like that. Not Freaky Computer Guy. Oh man, I'm blanking on his name, but the guy that always says Demoto. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I'll do him. He seems like he's a bit just difficult because like the way his stand works is like it's a computer, and then you insert DNA and it just it's strange.
Then nothing.
Oh, bad things should happen to you. You could call those. The calamity will befall you. Okay, you got too close. What happened to our gift friend? Yeah, Malone. Yeah, because they're all named after like food, like Giacchio or whatever, ice cream guy, and he's White Album. Yeah, we should look for her. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, we should stay together. All right, let's get moving, and then you can take a hike. Okay.
Something the matter?
So I'm going to.
Though you seem to know what you're doing, I suppose.
Okay, you leaving? Thought I told you to leave.
Matter, if you're sure.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I said actually no. All right. So I'm going to level up again, save, make Koichi, save, make Jotaro. Oi, Beshi. Yeah, I'm just like in All-Star Battle R. I'm doing them as a pair, right? So I will have I'll make them both separate characters, of course, but it will be the two brothers themselves. So we will have is it Beach Boy, his fishing rod, and Green Day. Yeah. Makes me so sad they didn't redo Josuke Part 8 for ASBR. Yeah, it's a little sad because oh yeah, we could have had Gobi on. That actually would have been really cool. Especially because like you listen to a lot of the dialogue, and of course in the original All-Star Battle, Part 8 was like just starting, and we didn't know a whole lot about the character other than the fact that he was an amnesiac because he was the result of the Lokaka fruit fusing Josefumi and Kira. So he just had amnesia because he didn't remember like anything from his prior lives. But it is just a little disappointing that now that the part is over and done and we know everything about the characters and we even have like Wonder of You, everything's like just kind of basic. It's all just like, oh, I don't remember anything. Oh, Grateful Dead. Yeah, Green Day is Chocolata. Yeah, you're absolutely right. All right, we save the Grateful Dead. Yeah, man, that was a good fight. I enjoyed that. The Grateful Dead and Beach Boy versus Sex Pistols. That was a good fight. Okay, so now we make Koichi because I saved. Got a bunch of junk. Where's the wand again? The maker thing. There it is. I got really scared for like just a half second there. I thought I like maybe uninstalled the mod that had the character creator. I was like, you gotta be jorking my peanuts, man. What the flip? Okay. All right, let's see. This is so it's custom, but we're male. Body type 2. We're a halfling. No, we're a gnome, right? It's right. Rock gnome. Start as a fighter, but then we'll make him into a monk, just so we can edit his stuff. He has Simple Robes 1. His background was like a student, whatever, a scribe. What did I say? So his strength was 10. His dex was up. I think I did dex there, so 16. Then there. And then we left his intelligence and bumped his wisdom to 14. Yeah, no, I'm missing something. Oh, no, I didn't do strength 8. I did strength 10. Yeah. Yeah, okay. And then for this, we did insight and animal handling. And for appearance, we did, I think, this one? Yeah, I think this one, because he does have a little color. Heterochromia, his eyes are this, like, blue. Yeah, this muted first blue. His hair color was Feywild Trickster. It's on the left side. On the top. It's up here somewhere. There we go, Feywild Trickster. He's got no facial hair. His color was Ash Blonde 4 or Blonde Ash 4. There we go. Did we already do his face? Because that is not the face I want. I think I skipped over his face. Where's face? There it is. Okay. Yeah, just the first one, because it's like the most baby face, and he's like a little baby. Okay, I think we're good. I think we have Koichi again. I think it's the ultimate Cars theme. It does sound a little like it. Part 1 doesn't even have enough people to make a full party. Well, here's the thing, right? So, discluding... I don't know if I'll include Dio. If you include Dio, you got Jonathan, Zeppeli, Speedwagon, and Dio. So it's at least enough for a baseline party of 4. But, hey man, I did Little Mac all by myself. I did that as a solo run with no weapons, no armor. It was just me and my bare hands. And it was my first time playing through the game, and I did it on honor mode. So I'm no stranger to not having backup. If you had Dire Straits, though, and Tonpetty, yeah. Tom Holland-esque. Yeah, the little, like, forever baby face. Hey, man, that guy was blessed with some pretty good genes, man. I want to be, like, I know he's not 40, but, I mean, he's probably going to look like that when he's 40. I want to be 40 and look like I'm in my, like, late teens. Alright, Koichi Hirose, again. I guess you could say this is Koichi Hirose Act 2, maybe, perhaps. I'll see myself out. Also, I misspelled Hirose. Okay, Koichi Hirose. Just want to make sure that's right. Never forget, folks, I'm an English major. Alright, unfortunately, we won't have that same good luck of having, like, our first pick be... That's it. That's actually a pretty psychedelic look there. We're gonna change you into a gnome. Oh man. Okay, let's random off the gnome because I'm pretty sure it's just the default gnome look. Oh, you can't. Okay, let's keep randoming until we get a gnome. Half elf, gnome. All right, this is gonna be our gnome dream waifu. Oh, you know what? If I wasn't already gonna make her later, I'd make Yukako because it's like his girlfriend. Alright, that's gonna be his gnome dream guardian. Hopefully it doesn't crash this time, and then I can save. Alrighty then. And then we'll level him up, and then we'll make Jotaro. We might actually... No, we got like... I'm trying to keep track of time. We got like a good, like an hour and a half, 2 hours before I gotta call it a day. Let's see. Timothy Shazamalang. Indeed, Timothy Shazamalang. not Timothy Chalamet. Oh no! I started him as a fighter. I'm gonna have to go get I mean we need fighter levels anyway, but I'm gonna have to go get Withers. And I'm gonna have to already multi-class in a monk. It's crying over spilled milk, it's fine. But we are gonna take that first level of monk. Dio, because there's a vampire origin character. Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna make him a... I don't know. I'm definitely gonna do a vampire, but I might do a vampire dark urge. Who knows? We'll see. We're definitely gonna have some fun with that. Okay, so this is fine.
No time to rest.
Everything's fine. Let's change his equipment real quick while we're looking at him. Okay, so he's not gonna use a weapon. Oh no, not this. Yeah, I don't know what thing I have, but it like... What do I have to do? This? Yeah, okay. For some reason, if you press the X button to pull up the menu, the actions menu, it just breaks, like, the whole thing. Like, you can't back out of it. You can't, like, do anything with it. And I just did it again. It's like second nature. I'm not used to equipping and unequipping things actually at, like, their menu. What is this? A music box? Yeah, sure, why not? What does it do? Nothing? Interesting. Well, thanks for sharing. Okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and save now that we have him straight away. I mean, straight so could take the vampire thing too. Yeah, because, well, I don't know if I would... I might, like, if I included straight so in, like, a part 2, I might do him as a vampire, but I feel like to preserve the sanctity of part 1, back when he used to not be a jerk, back when he was Lisa's, like, foster dad, I would... Yeah. There's a lot to think about. It's fun. And this is just JoJo stuff, right? I have... Let me look at my list of requests for Baldur's Gate 3. I have like thousands of lists of requests of characters from, like, every game I play. So we got, for example, the poll I ran to see who I'd be playing as initially. We had Morioh. We had... Who else was there? I try to pick one character from anime, one character from comics, one character from TV shows or movies, and one character from video games. So Morioh was the video game pick. I think Jason Voorhees from Friday the 13th was the movie pick. And then the comic pick was Captain America. But we also have Joker from Persona 5. I don't know much about that because I don't play Persona. But I've played Smash, and he's in that. So there you go. There's Link. There's Snake from Metal Gear Solid, Vessel from Hollow Knight, Solaire from Dark Souls. We have Jujutsu Kaisen characters, Ganondorf and Falco, Raiden from Mortal Kombat. I mean, there's like the list goes on, right? People have already requested part 3 and part 1 of JoJo, but I mean, it's not just confined to JoJo, that's for sure. All right, let's see. Go back to my list for JoJo builds. Right. Transitioning the Dio from, like, part 1 to 3, you mean? Outed yourself as that one straight so fangirl that wrote to Araki when he went, you got me. Who could it be? Woodrow Wilson? Willy Wonka? Walter White? And I'm like, oh, you got me. Alright, now... I think we're okay to just start making Jotaro. This one's going to be interesting, and it's going to be a bit of a downer because he's not going to have his hat hair. At least not to start. I did a lot of testing for, like, the classes and stuff, but I did zero testing or trying to figure out stuff for, like, their appearances. Like, nothing. Well, no, that's not entirely true. I tested Josuke's hair, his pompadour, and his eye color, and that was it. That was the whole 9 yards. Yeah. Alright, he's gonna be a human. He fits the bill. Now let's see. What do I have for Jotaro? Now I'm if I were a betting man, I'd say he's starting as a monk, but let's just be sure here. He is indeed, but let's not forget, let's put him as a fighter, but let's not forget that he's intended to be not a fighter. Now we need something that's white to represent, like, his white clothes. Selenite robes is pretty okay. It's like a light gray. It's okay. It's light gray. And of course, at the end of the day, we can dye stuff, but... Because I have, like, every dye in the game in the camp chest. But I'll keep it $1.50 with you. I can't be on. I can't be bothered. I just don't want to. I don't feel like it. I am lazy. Okay, that's the bottom of the list. We're going with the Selenite robes. You know, it looks a little drippy, honestly. I don't know. You tell me. He's definitely going to be a scholar or whatever, because I think at this point, as of part 4, he has become a marine biologist. I do believe. Maybe he should be a sage? Manors and monasteries doesn't really fit. Various odd jobs. No, because he's not like... Oh, my controller batteries are low. That's unfortunate. Gate ward. No, because he doesn't go to, like, alternative planes. Guard? No. Because he's not... He is a Morioh warrior, but... He doesn't stay in Morioh. Hermit, no. I think I might do, like, Koichi. I might do... Oh, Wayfarer, maybe. You grew up on this... No, I would do Wayfarer for part 3, Jotaro. But... For part 4, I might do Scribe. Not a noble, that's for sure. He's not like an artisan or a farmer. Yeah, I think I'll go with Scribe because he was a marine biologist. Hey, let's see. They say in the epilogue of part 4 he wrote his thesis on the marine animals of the Morioh coast. That is actually... I forgot about that. That's actually kind of cool. I'll just say that right now. So let's give him a decent strength, but let's put everything in dex. Bump his con down now, but I intend to bump it up later. Charisma, I don't think he actually needs... Yeah, because he's going to be a... Oh, no, he is going to be a cosmic sorcerer. Yeah, because I need it for, like, one spell, and it's the only way I can get it. Maybe I should bump intelligence to 12. And then I'll just spend all of my stuff on ASIs. I need Magic Initiate Druid for, I think, Impact, right? No, Magic Stone. It's going to be his version of when he was using the ball bearings to fight Bug Eaten. But, I do need me that I do need intelligence to be able to cast spells. But yeah, I guess I'll just, other than one ASI used to get the Magic Initiate Druid feat for the Druid spells, I think I'm just gonna throw everything into Charisma so that I can cast that really important Cosmic Sorcerer spell. It's pretty much the meat and potatoes of Jotaro as a character. I'm getting all the way to 11th level in one class and subclass just for one single spell. It's the only way to get that spell, and that spell is like class defining or character defining even. Okay, so for this, athletics makes sense. Does he have intimidation? He does. And can he get intimidation as a skill? He can. Okay, we'll do intimidation as a class skill. We'll do intimidation and insight. Because part 3 was when... Part 2 was when battles started becoming cerebral, instead of just, like, Jonathan punching a zombie and melting it into goo. But part 3 is when that cerebralness, that, like, strategicness, started having to factor in things like supernatural powers. More so than, like, the Pillar Men's biological abilities and the effect of, like, Hamon. Those were consistent, whereas, like, stands, every single stand has a different power. So you have to be on guard for, like, oh, look, the fog that is covering this entire town is actually secretly justice. It's a stand, and it can, like, brainwash people, and you can't hurt it. So Star Platinum has to give it the big suck. So I think Insight is good. Now for appearance, oh buddy. Let's see. He's already dad at the time too. Yo, that's true. Yeah, he gets Star Platinum to voice crack and go, "Ora!" He throws the giant building spike at him. The warped headband of intelligence. Oh, brother. Oh, my friend, you make a mighty good point. Yeah, I could dump int and then pump charisma and then just use the warp. Well, yeah, but that doesn't really look like a hat. See, this is the problem. This is the problem. That idea is really good. Jotaro's intelligence canonically comes from watching Columbo. I believe it. The guy's a genius. I don't know if he's on the level of Columbo, but he's a genius. I believe it. But here's the thing. When I'm doing these character builds, people will say stuff like, "Oh, it's not a challenge because he has 11 people." And you're absolutely right. That's why I put on the difficulty mod. To make things a little difficult, right? But People say, oh, it's not that much of a challenge, but it is. Because I have to take into consideration not just role-playing the character. So for example, in the Little Mac run, the big problem was that, like, I tried to talk people out of fighting as little as possible. So even though I'm super weak, I'm by myself, I can't use any armor, I can't use any weapons, it's just me and my fists on solo mode, on honor mode on my first playthrough, I also picked fights with bad people. Because Little Mac would not try to talk himself out of a situation, he would fight bad people. So you can't just... You can't just, like, play the game using the character's powers. That's not enough to, in my mind, to be a character run, right? So then you have to start considering, well, I can't, it'd be awesome if I could wear, like, a special armor that could boost my unarmed strike damage as Little Mac, but I can't do that because Little Mac doesn't wear armor. He wears, like, either no shirt or, like, an undershirt. So, for example, Jotaro wears his little hat thing. So I'm going to have to try to find a hat that looks like Jotaro's hat as closely as possible, and unfortunately the warped headband of intelligence doesn't fit the bill. So even though that suggestion is very good, that idea was very good, and I wish I could use it, unfortunately in hindsight I'm thinking that I wouldn't, I can't do it. Ah, that really sucks because that was a really good idea too. I feel like I lost intelligence just by not being able to take advantage of that idea. All right, let's do face. Well, let me pull up a picture of Jotaro first. Okay. Kotaro, not quite. He's also a bit of a pasty guy. Well, no, he's so, like, Josuke is pale, whereas Jotaro has, like, an olive complexion. So he's gonna be it's a little dark. Oh, getting closer. I think that might be it. No, that's it. And there's this lighter one is too light, right? No, I think that's okay. So that's too light. That I think is too light. That's good. 3 is good. I think I'm gonna go with 3. Warm tone 3. Okay. And then his hair just kind of stands up, but it's not gonna be that big of an issue because, you know, Gil's face is actually kind of good for Jotaro. A little bit. If we could lose the hair... Let me see. If you can say, like, no facial hair and it'll actually remove the beard. No. So, Gale's not gonna work. It's actually not bad. He's got, like, strong features. Sure, whatever that means. Where's his face again? Okay. As my guy once said, yari daze. So he's got, like, a very strong chin. That's something to look out for. So Baby Volo is not good. Aridin really does look like... Aridin looks like Timothy Chalamet. That's crazy, bro. Huh. That's the face of the divas that Lorokin calls in Act 3 if you pick a fight with him. That's actually pretty good. Hang on. Huh. I might use that for someone else. Yeah, because the narrow eye face is good for Jotaro. That's like what we were talking about before. Ah, Naked Elminster. Okay. Yeah. Yar days. Yeah, man, you got it. Yeah, you know what? I like that. I like that. Give him a little maturity. Just that. That's fine. Just because he is a little bit older. You know, he was in high school in part 3. And it's been 10 years since then, so... Now he's like in his 20s. He's an old man. I had somebody call me Unk the other day because it was my birthday like last week, and I'm 24 now. And I don't think I've ever hated the brain rot that has infected the minds of the youth more than I do now. Someone called me Unk. I will never forgive this disrespect. I mean, it's not disrespect, but I will never forgive this disrespect. Oh, that's a really good close-up. Okay, so he has... Wow, Jotaro has, like, teal eyes. That's crazy work. His eyes actually dead-ass kind of look like that. No, it's this. It's this right here. That... Whoa, older than Cars. Yeah. Man. I don't respect it anymore, alright? Is that really his eye color? Yeah, he's got, like, straight-up, like, teal eyes. Jotaro, your eyes are gorgeous. Also, I just realized that he has... I can't believe I'm just realizing this, but the symbol from his hat, the little, the badge with the hand on it, he has that attached to his collar in Part 4. He's got it on his hat, too, but he now also has it attached to his collar, so that's kind of cool. Never noticed that. We're gonna go with that. That's good. Does anybody in JoJo have heterochromia? So Josuke in Part 8 has, like, both of his eyes are split in half, and they're separate colors. I don't know if anything can do that in Baldur's Gate, but, I don't think anyone else has heterochromia, do they? Yeah, July is right around the corner, and you will join me. Alright? And then you'll be Unk. I'm gonna... Just an Ike main. More like just an Unk main. Got him. Alright, let's keep going. We gotta get his hair. Oh, so if I remember correctly, he's got like the high and flat. He's almost got like a... He's got like the Bart... He's rocking the Bart Simpson. So we gotta see if we can find anything like that. Yeah, let's give him the Friar Tuck. Brother. Wait, what? Lion's mane? I'm not gonna lie, that hair is actually pretty dope. Mystic. No. We're not gonna do Koichi hair again. There's another haircut that looks like it that we can default to if we need to, but... Yeah, let's give him this disaster scooped Sedilla? Sedillion? Valiant Hearts definitely works if need be. And he doesn't have bangs, and it doesn't have bangs, so it's a good fit. I like to call it the Batman haircut, because I did it before I started doing runs for the game. My first run where I got through, like, Act 1 was as Batman, and he basically looked exactly like this. Same face, same hair. I don't know what color his eyes were, but... Saying boss. Oh, brother. I don't know. I don't know if there's anyone... Yeah, let's go with the goblin braids. What is this haircut? Goblin... Bunch of mangy-haired goblins. This would be good if it didn't have, like, the hair in the back. I think... Probably not. What am I talking about? Nothing from the mod hairs. I think we might just go with Valiant Heart. I didn't check the ones up top, though. Yeah, let's give him Tidy Mohawk. Yeah, yeah, man. Have everyone with the Josuke Pompadour. Everyone thinks they're, is Josuke a Yankee or is he a Bancho? The two different types of, like, gangsters in the 80s and 90s in Japan. They have similar cultures. They're like a counterculture movement, but I can't remember if Jotaro is the Bancho or the Yankee, and then I don't remember. I think Jotaro is the Bancho, and then Josuke is the Yankee, because they got the big crazy hair. Yeah, let's just rock Valiant Heart. That's fine. Sure, man. Yankee, I'm pretty sure. That's fun, though. Be honest, once you get the hat, it won't matter. Yeah, that's true. But you know what? You guys are here right now watching this, and you'll know. You'll know. You'll know that I picked, I picked this one. Oh, it's like the meme where somebody's like, oh, he takes the hat off and it's all shaved so that the hat merges seamlessly with his hair. This is what he actually looks like when you take the hat off. Yeah, no, we're gonna go with Valiant Heart. Black brown. This does kind of look darker than black neutral. Black neutral is actually lighter. So we are gonna go with black brown. It's like the darkest shade of black available. Alright, we have our Jotaro, our Part 4 Jotaro, just no hat. But, I'm not gonna forget this time. This time I have to swap his class over to Monk. And then I have to go down to the Selenite robes. Just make sure everything's the same. His background is stats. Racial score is athletics and intimidation. Wait, racial. So we'll go athletics and insight. That's what it is. Intimidation, athletics, and insight. Okay. And appearance is fine. Alright, stop me now if I'm forgetting anything. Jotaro Kujo. Did they ever explain, I can't remember, did they ever explain why Jolene's last name is spelled C-U-J-O-H and why Jotaro's name is spelled, is it O-H or is it just O? Let me see. Kujo with an O. Okay. That works. We're gonna choose our guardian, we're gonna randomize. Oh, brother. Yeah, let's do it. Please don't crash. You can also hide helmets. Very true. Let me see. Let me catch up with chat. Yankees and Yakuza, and they have the Pompadour. Okay, yeah. Giorno is the... Yeah, Giorno's an actual gangster, right? And yeah, that's kind of weird when you think about it. Yeah, Jodio is American, isn't he? Right? Unless I'm forgetting something, like, because he lives in Hawaii. Crazy work. Okay, I think this is all fine. No staff. No, not the scroll of Revivify. Hopefully I'm not gonna need that. Take the staff off, and then let's save before we go ahead and level up. Alright. Koichi looks like Spider-Man, and Jotaro looks like Superman. Hey, man! Look! Alright? I may not be American. I am Canadian. But your username says it all. Okay? I am incapable of complex thought. Alright? I can't... This is the best I got. Alright? You're just gonna have to settle for this garbage. Alright? At least I got the Pompadour. Right? Got the Pompadour. Yeah. Alright. Yeah. You can hide helmets. Yeah, that's what somebody said for, that's what somebody said for Little Mac. I forgot at the time, or I didn't know. I can't remember. I think I didn't know because it was my first playthrough of the whole game. But they were like, you could have just put armor on Little Mac and then like used your camp clothes. I was like, dang it! I absolutely could have done that. Dang it! Rah! I made the game exponentially harder than it needed to be just to. I guess that's like the whole point of a challenge run. But whatever. I wouldn't have done that if I remembered. Different translations happening decades apart. Yeah, true. Jolene changed her name because she hated Jotaro. I think that might be involved, right? That was like a whole thing because like she was upset with him for never being around. Man, part 6. I hope I'm not getting too much flack for this, but I don't really like part 6 all that much. I don't think part 6 is bad. I think part 6 is very good. I just find it a little lacking compared to other parts of JoJo. Still though, I think it more than makes up for it with that banger ending. With like Made in Heaven and everything. Alright, let's level up Jotaro, and then we can finally actually start. Start the run. Let me see, I have like a list of... Well, actually, no. Well, actually, no, because Because now we gotta make Okuyasu. Brother, okay, hang on. I also have a checklist of things that I'd like to get done in in Act 1, so let me see. Yeah, Jotaro, we're gonna go with monk. Everyone's gonna be a monk. Let's get magic initiate druid. And then let me see what I need. Okay, I need... Do I need impact? I do need impact for aura, naturally. Do I need rock? No, I need magic stone. Magic stone. Okay, that's all I can take there. At least for the time being. Let's see. I need Misty Step, but I can't get that right now. What, do I need a spell? I'm gonna break it. And by it, I mean your face. Hey, you know what? He insulted Kira's watch, so it's an honest mistake. Most of it is just punching. What a shocker. It's just lots of punching. A lot of punching. I don't know if you guys know this, but Jotaro does a lot of punching. Okay, let's see. Anything from the list? Probably won't use it, but, let's try to find something. Might go with Enhanced Leap, because my guy was, like, flying at the end of part 3. Sure, I don't really plan to use it, but why not? I couldn't even watch the, part 6 anime. Was it, like, you enjoyed it so little that you couldn't bring yourself to watch it, or was there something actually stopping you from watching it? Like, is it like a Netflix thing? Like, from where you are, you don't get it, or something? Let's take off the cloak. I saw that. It was kind of weird looking. Feel the way about part 5. Wow, part 5. Yeah. See, part 5 for me was a little mid, but not in, like, a lot of people take mid as, like, a negative thing, but mid is supposed to be, like, it wasn't good or bad. Part 5 was mid with really good hype moments. Man, Araki was hype chasing hard in part 5. Like, it had some fantastic... The 7-page Muda, the Golden Experience Requiem reveal, even for, like, the anime production studio, with the Golden Wind theme, it was just very good at hype chasing, but all the parts that weren't hype were just kind of, like, not boring, but mid. Just a little mid. Oh, sorry, there was a bit of a stream delay. Ice Knife could have been good, but yeah. I think that the leap was because of, like, the flying thing, right? Okuyasu. Well, okay, here's what I have for Okuyasu, right? Oh, sorry. Wow, yeah. Wow, it bored you to sleep. Okay. Okay, so you're American as well. Here's the thing. I don't know how many of you guys have watched God of High School. I like to think that it was not God of High School's fault, but because it wasn't, I don't think it was boring in retrospect. I watched the whole thing, but I kept falling asleep during it, and I was like, oh man. I think it was just because I was really tired. It was at a time where I was waking up really early for college classes, so I kept falling asleep. But man, my ass was falling asleep during God of High School. I fell asleep during the final climactic battle when, like, all the people start, like, blowing up buildings and stuff. Man, I couldn't even tell you what happened because I kept falling asleep. So for Okuyasu, the thing that I have to represent his like, the hand, like, his erasure ability... it's a lot of, basically, there's nothing in the game where you can just erase people from existence, so I just have him, like, primarily doing force damage. I have, like, a bunch of stuff that allows him to do force damage, and he can push people away from him or pull them closer. And I'm using all, like, the pulling stuff closer to you. I threw my hands up and stood up in hype when. Yeah, yeah. You see, like it has fit, and then he hits him with like the Arrivederci. Dude, that was so sick. But then you get like the thing where they right before they fight Man in the Mirror. It's like, man, talk about Snoozeville, brother. Come on. Part 3 had exposition, but everything was interesting. Bit of a delay. Yeah, it happens. It happens. Okay. Now I need to make Okuyasu, so I will save. And then Shadowheart is being replaced with Okuyasu. Mink. So now we're a full party of 4. And then when Lae'zel jumps onto the scene, we will replace Lae'zel with... I didn't think I'd get this far. Rohan? I think Rohan is next. Rohan, then I want to say... Shigechi? No. No. Next should be Keicho, right? I'll probably do Keicho and Yuya later, because they're a little more involved. They'll probably be out of, like, the normal order. So I did Koichi, Jotaro, Okuyasu, and then I'll do, I'll do all the allies first. So I'll do Rohan, then Shigechi, then Yukako. Right. And then I think I'm doing... I don't know. We'll figure it out. Let's go. Let's not take too much time. We are 3 hours into the stream, and we haven't even made it off of the beach at the beginning of the game. So, yeah, it's time to pick up the pace. So we're doing Okuyasu. He's going to be a human. We're going to make him a fighter for now, and we'll come back and do... Wow. Wouldn't you know it? Monk. Isn't that something? Alright, so he's got, like, blue, and he's got, like, stuff going on. He's got, like, a very involved outfit. I think I'd go for something like a blue sorcerer's robe or something. I might actually do a sorcerer's robe. I might do this one. Well, I'm not digging the sleeveless. We'll see. I might just take something that looks like his armor, or looks like his clothes, and then dye it. Let me get a picture of him up. My man, Okuyasu Nijimura. Okay. Wow, that's actually a little less involved than I thought. I might just get him a simple robe. Might just get him a blue robe. Heck, I might just get him the purple robe to start. The whole stream is just making characters. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Now, because of the big gap between when you get the last companion in Act 1, which is Karlach, typically for most people, and then when you get your first companion in Act 2, which I think is... it could be Minthara or Halsin, I guess. So there's going to be a big gap where we're not going to be making any characters, but then we'll make like a couple more, because we'll get Minthara, Halsin, and Jaheira, and then in Act 3 we'll get Minsk, and then that'll be it. Also, we'll have to like go to Withers and completely change Kira from Yoshikage Kira to Kawasu Kajiwara. But yeah, this first stream is going to be a lot of character building. Yeah, I think we're just going to go with this, because it looks the closest. And we're going to make him... He's not a criminal, but he is like a wayfarer. He is like a bit of a thug when you first meet him. Right. Is there anything else? Could make him a... No, because he wasn't a guard to start. The thing with like Josuke is like he was raised by a cop, right? His grandfather was a police officer, so he always kind of had that sense of justice. I think we're gonna go... I mean, the skill proficiency and stealth is kind of doo-doo. The 3 lucky points is kind of nice, though. Which is kind of funny, because I consider him to be one of the more unlucky characters, because he's constantly... He doesn't know how to use his power because he's too stupid, and he's constantly hitting himself with stuff he's pulling towards him. Okay, so let's do 14 strength. Let's make a focus on dex. Let's pump it up to 16, drop that down to 14. Do I need Cosmic Sorcerer or anything like that? I do, but I only need 1 level, so I'll do, like, 12? Now, why is it that I have an uneven amount of girth? We're definitely dumping int. Wait, do I need... Oh, no, I actually need int. That's kind of ironic. Herm. Interesting, interesting. I might just do, yeah, I guess I'll put a point into charisma, and then I'll have to unbalance it. Man, I hate getting odd ability scores. Blech. It's better because you can get, like, feats and stuff, but, like, I don't particularly plan to get feats ahead of time. Definitely not investigation. He's no smart. We'll get perception, just because, like, that's, like, the most important skill in the game. Athletics and intimidation. That for sure. Okay, time for appearance. Same song and dance we've done through oh so many times. Did I say I was going to do not this one? Let me see his face. Let me see his stupid face. Oh, brother. So his face is like... It actually is kind of like this guy's face. It's just kind of like... straight up and down. I think that's maybe a good face for Rohan? Or maybe this one? Maybe the Timothy Chalamet face? Very interesting. I think I'm going to go with this one for Okuyasu. Alright. He's got a darker skin complexion. He's one of the darker characters in Morioh. Probably spends a lot of time outside. That makes sense. This is a bit much. Oh, that's too light. I might go 6. Is there any other ones like down here that would maybe fit the bill? He's a little, there's like a tinge of green that I don't like. You guys see it? Kind of like this. We're making the Hulk, baby. I think I'm gonna go with Warm Tone 6. That one is the closest match. Maturity is down because he's a little baby. Eye color, my guy's got like, it's just pupils. He ain't got nothing. If I got white, would it blend into my eye and then it would just look like pupils? No, it's too defined. Let me see. Oh, that kind of looks like it. So that one's a little defined, too defined. I'll have to remember this one is close. It just looks like pupil. That's a little disturbing, actually. This one is the black sclera, so that's not gonna work. Nope, still black sclera. Will's left eye. What about Will's right eye, my friend? Paulson. It's a little too dark. You can still kind of tell. Yeah, okay, we're gonna go with white. Right now, we're making Okuyasu. It'll probably become a little more apparent with his hair, but I'm going with white eyes. Is there even a black eye option? Yeah, but it's too big. Like, it's just his pupils, and this one is, like, black sclera. So we're going with white irises to reflect the fact that his eyes are basically just pupils. Alright, let's get to that hair. We already talked about that a little bit before, so I kind of already had one in mind. Just gotta find it. It's one of the ones where it's shaved on the sides. We might do the Piranha Tooth Mohawk, because he does have a bit of, like, a... He's got like a meat patty on his head. Was just lost for a moment. Yeah, it happens. Let's see. Rapscallion, not quite. It's too uniform. He's also got those weird lightning bolts on the back of his head. It was this one. This is Okuyasu. Absolutely, we're doing it. We're done. Blade. Alright, we're going black-brown, because like we said earlier, it's like the darkest shade of black they have. Neutral black is lighter than black-brown. And brown is too, well, brown. And you can make it go darker with highlights. I might do it here because it's kind of hard to tell. Highlights, black, and then highlight intensity max. There we go. That is looking smooth. There's even a mod for making black, like, hair color actually black. You know what? I think this is a good Okuyasu. It's not as bad as can we do scars? Because he's got like the X across his face. There's got to be something we can do there. It's like one of his identifying features. Maybe a tattoo. We'll see. Is there any scar like it? That's across the eye. If we could do 2, then maybe that. Mink. No scarring. See if we can get an X tattoo. Yeah, installing a mod just for actually black hair. Yeah, seriously. When I did Little Mac, I was like, why is the black hair gray? What is going on? Migration. That's kind of funny, actually. Okay. Looking for, like, an... That's interesting. You ever wish you could unsee things? Yeah. Me too. This would be good if it was like the reverse. If it was like lines instead of... Or like this. Close, but no cigar. Some of them are close, but just not quite what I'm looking for. And honestly, I wasn't even thinking about the fact that Okuyasu would have some kind of markings on his face. This is a cool one, but not one I need. If I were to do one, it would be this one, but no, it just doesn't fit. Looks like we'll have to go without, which is unfortunate. Yeah, no scar. Can I change it with tattoo intensity, maybe? No, we want black, fungal cloud. Tattoo intensity. No, it doesn't really work because it doesn't do anything about the width. Yeah, no face paint. Sorry. Man, that's a shame. I like the character creators in like Soul Calibur 6 and I guess Soul Calibur 5 too. They just like let you do whatever you want with whatever you want. Or like Tekken, I think? Tekken a little bit, but you know, you're starting with your base character. So it's Okuyasu, Nijimura. We're gonna have 2 Nijimuras on the team, but not for a while. Alright. Time to randomize. Sure, man. We're gonna have Pink Dwarf Lady. Alright. Ladies and gents. I'm gonna go ahead and save. I'm gonna go to Okuyasu. I even like how it's... Oh no, that's his bow. I thought it was like a ponytail. I was like, that's kind of like his little, like, zappies. Make his dad the little green guy? No, dude, I'm not making his dad. Make his guardian his dad, just like a little green bumpy monster. Oh man, you see him being like nice and being like friendly with the Morioh warriors, and you almost forget that he was like horribly abusive to Okuyasu and Keicho. What a jerk. Yeah, Soul Calibur 6 was crazy with character creation. I gotta play that again sometime, man. It's been a while since I've played Soul Calibur 6. I do be playing Soul Calibur 2, though. That's one of my favorite games of all time. Alright, let's unequip his weapons. He's fine with his clothes the way he has them, and he's a monk, so he doesn't really need them. Him and Josuke go to the same school, so they're wearing the same school uniform. Makes sense. Alright. Koichi also goes to the same school, but he's in the green classes, so you know this is a little different. All right, let's give him another level of monk. Also, oh yeah, did his dad work for D? That's right. What a jerk. What a nerd, even maybe possibly. I don't like using. Oh wait, we made him a fighter. Ah, dang it. We do take levels of fighter. We're going to take 3 levels of brute fighter. I don't even remember what for. So it's not too bad. If I make a character into a fighter, and he's not supposed to have fighter level classes, That's gonna suck, because then I'm gonna have to go to Withers and undo it. Make female characters in SC6 because I couldn't for the life of me make a good male character. Hey, that's fair. You know, whatever, man. It's free. If anyone tries to police the characters you're making in a game with create a character, tell them they're a no-life nerd. Alright, here's our squad. We got Josuke,
All right.
Koichi, Gnome Koichi, Jotaro,
Not as bad as it could have.
and
What a
Okuyasu. Kind of funny enough, everyone else is like hero posing, and Okuyasu's just over here staring at a wall. Not only did he work for Dio, he was high up enough to be given a flesh bud in the head, but be given one of the stand arrows for say. That is actually crazy. I think the only other person that was trusted enough to be given a stand arrow, from my recollection, was Enyaba, right? And she was like a day one for Dio. She was like hardcore on his team. So it's kind of wild that he had a flesh bud, like people like Kakyoin and Avdol, right? I believe Avdol, there was an attempt to give him a flesh bud, if I remember correctly. Like I said, it's been like 5-10 years since I've seen all this. Let's give Jotaro a hat. It's not quite like his old hat, but you know, close enough. All right.
long road ahead.
Let's go catch up with wait. No, Shadowheart was the one I found on the beach. Man, we've been streaming for 3 hours, dog. We've been going for so long, I can't even remember who was on the Nautiloid with me. Get some raw fish, because why not?
Fresh water. There must be a settlement nearby.
Let's grab this. Absolutely lore accurate. Staring at a wall, perfect encapsulation of Okuyasu's character, really. Yeah, Polnareff had a flesh bud, didn't he? Yeah. And you literally taught him to stop time, and they were both trusted the same. Yeah, it's like for somebody to have that level of trust with Enyaba basically being like Dio's stand mentor, that's nuts, bro. Why are they giving bro a free pass? He was literally working with like Vampire Hitler. Come on, y'all. All right. So that's the Withers dungeon. So we can avoid. I don't know. Here's a fun little trick for you guys. I don't know if you know this. I talked with this about with my sister, and she actually didn't know this. But if you want to avoid the Devourer fight, you can actually just climb up a cliff right here. You can just jump up this cliff right here, and then you go there, and then you go across, and there's a cool chest with like a resistance of fire potion. And then you can just jump up to where Lae'zel is right here. So yeah, you don't actually have to fight any of those people. But, yeah, we're going to fight them because we have like a full party of 4. So I'm going to go ahead and save. And also, I am a master cheeser of honor mode. You know, if we get caught lacking and then they start destroying us, even though it's like 4v3 and they're like super damaged and we're all level 2... if they do somehow, like, almost kill us, I know how to just, like, back out so we can keep our honor mode. I'm not opposed to doing dishonor mode, but it would be kind of nice to do honor mode. Let's have everyone catch up a little bit so that we're all close to the battle when it starts. They're going to do their ranged attack. Ooh, he missed. Nice.
Better stay back. Once
All right.
it could be lethal.
I'm the furthest up. No, I'm not going to be able to reach. Okay, yeah, I'll go here.
On my way.
And I will, let's see what we have. Oh, that's interesting. Wait, yeah, I can do magic stuff. I forgot about that. I'm gonna use, should I use Tremor? So that does 3 to 8. My fists do 4 to 7. I can do impact. Wait, is that an unarmed strike? Because that's 1 to 10. Impact. Yeah, I might just do impact. Well, no, he has a ranged option. Rock slam? Yeah, earth tremor? Yeah, okay. Well, wait, it's a save, isn't it? And I get it once per long rest. What the hell? And he saved. Damn it. Well, at least he's stuck there. But I guess I am too. Punch him. There we go. And now he's almost dead.
Can't even catch my breath.
Okay, Koichi. What does Koichi have on hand? Koichi just has punching stuff. Oh no, he's too short. He doesn't have the movement. Should I position him? Yeah, maybe you try positioning him. Do you need a jump to get up there? Let's just jump him over the fire and get him there. Yeah, he's got little tiny legs. Okay, hopefully he's out of, like,
Another fight.
range. Actually, maybe, undo his turn end. I could dash, because I'm not going to use my action. Yeah, let's go ahead and get him close. He's going to get attacked anyway. He's fine.
Come on.
Let's see. I mean, he's not to remember anything. Yeah, he is kind of, like, mentally disabled at this point, which is honestly kind of sad, but, dang, man. Yeah, yeah, Sarah, you didn't know that. Yeah, you didn't know that you could, jump over the rock thing. Yeah. Vampire Hitler is the craziest. Yeah, man, that's JoJo. That's JoJo. It's a JoJo classic right there. Okay, he's in the same boat, so I think I might run him over to, let's see. If I just jump here. There, and then...
Can't slow down.
I don't know if that did anything. You know what? Okuyasu's about as smart as I am, so it's about on brand. Oh. 4 is not bad. We do be having health. Nope. I'm not using that. You're just gonna have to take the hit. Okay. I'm gonna try to get Jotaro, because Jotaro has Magic Stone. I'm gonna try to get... And it's a bonus action, too. That's awesome. I'm gonna try to get him to dash over and hit that one. Can I go here? So it doesn't provoke an attack of opportunity. Maybe he just had a OP stand, considering he rapidly regenerates. Yeah, that's true. I don't know if that's a vampire. Well, no, because he's been out in sunlight. I don't know if it's like a flesh bud thing, or if it's a stand, or who knows, man. He's a very unexplored character, and kind of, I guess, for good reason, because he's just kind of like some guy. Oh, do you make it and then... Okay. Okay. So I can make it, but I can't throw it, right? Yeah, sure. Well, that's it for me. Oh, no, Josuke. Okay, let's see. Let's try to be tactical here. Dora. Oh, no, he lived. But wait. Dora. Dora. There we go. And then I'll close up on this guy so that he can't run away. Because they're supposed to be, like, more tactical, so odds are he might try to attack from a distance, and that could get annoying. Alright. Let's do one punch. And then, do I want to go for... No, I'll just let Okuyasu punch him. Yeah, if he doesn't finish him off, then he can do an unarmed strike, and bam. So nobody wastes ki. Suspension of cerebral spinal fluid. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. Alright, now you... throw the stone. Very nice. And, yeah, I think that's gonna do it. Because I can just go ahead and finish him off here. Oh, I missed. There we go. I was hoping that would finish him off. It had like a 1 in 2 chance. Alright. Let's get this abducted nobleman here. Now, we're about to run into Lae'zel, Astarion, and Gale. So, we're gonna be having... I'm not gonna explosive tank cheese anyone, so I won't be collecting those throughout the game. We're gonna be getting a lot of new companions. We're basically gonna have all the Morioh warriors from Go, basically. Alright. Okay, spiked bulb. Not bad. Not bad at all. let's go get a Starian, because after we get a Starian, and we can, we get a Starian, and then we'll be getting Rohan? Right? Did the math in my head? Probably getting Rohan. And then after that, we can kill that Mind Flayer, and I think that might be enough to level up. Also, we're getting a little low on health, so we might be running into a short rest here before too long. Look, hurry. Yeah, Josuke is absolutely the person to like, boast and fall for this. And look at Jotaro in the background with his arms on his hips. He's like, bro, I can't believe... I'm gonna let him fall for this, just because he needs to, like, learn a lesson on not to fall for such easy traps. Just a dumb boar. You're relieved until you see a dagger. Ah! I can't believe I actually saw him, though. I don't know if I've ever seen him and stopped him from, like, pulling the knife on my neck. Put it away. We don't need to fight. In league with them, those tentacled. Looking for any insults. If he insults me, it's game on. I'm kicking his ass. But if he doesn't, then I'll be the peaceful negotiator. What's going on? Honestly, I have no idea.
They took you time to think. I was ready to decorate the ground with your...
I don't think he'd say he'd do the same.
Apologies.
But I also don't think he'd be like, oh, you better give me more than just an apology. And I'm glad we're all caught up. That's fine.
My name's Astarion.
I'll tell him my name and my story. I'm not a Baldurian. I'm from Morioh.
Did you
Cho.
learn anything about these while wandering the ship?
Yeah, they're gonna turn us into Mind Flayers.
Although it hasn't happened yet.
Control it. We need to get rid of it. Yeah.
But
I need to get moving. Waste enough time. No, you should travel with us. Meet me back at camp. There we go. Goodbye, friend. And that gives us 300 XP. That's pretty much the only reason we're going around collecting companions for the XP. But now we need to turn on party limit remover guy thing. All right. All we need to do is bump it up 1, and we need to make that set. Apply new party limits. That's gonna take a second. Yeah. And alright. Successfully changed to 5. We're gonna have to change it to 6 here shortly, but, you know, might as well just deal with what we have now. Okay, next is, I do believe, Rohan. Josuke, Okuyasu, Rohan. Let's do it. He's gonna get a couple levels of monk, but he's gonna be fighting with, like, whatever he has on hand at first, but I'll probably give him this dagger, which I don't even know if it counts as a monk weapon, so he's gonna have to maybe deal with being less than combat effective. Yeah, alright. Be on my team, Rohan. Okay. Here we go. Male, body type 2. I'm gonna find a human. Classes. Let's do Mystic, just in case I accidentally don't switch back to Monk. The Mystic. There we go. Cantrips. Let me see. I need Tasha's Mind Whip. Bunch of Astral Self stuff. I need Knockback. Ego Whip. Charm Person and Monster. Do we have anything like that? Let's see. Delusion. Mind Meld? No. Mystic Hand? Maybe, because of, like, a stand, right? Energy Beam? No. Psychic Hammer? No. Mystic Charm? Mm-hmm. Beguiling a humanoid, possibly charming them. That works. Not Mind Slam. I think we'll do Mystic Hand and Mystic Charm. That'll be our means of, like, charming people early on. Okay, I need... It's like, which one is Ego Whip? Ego Whip is the one I'm on right now. But that's after, like, lots of levels, I think. Yeah, there's, like, an Ego Whip spell. So instead of sinking, like, 7 levels into Mystic to get Ego Whip, I think I decided to just go for the spell version instead. You could take hammer, push, pull. I'm gonna take hammer, the push, pull hammer, but I'm using that for Okuyasu because it does force damage and it pulls the enemy towards you. So for me, for me, that was like perfect. I think for my discipline, I'll go brute force because I need knockback, and you get that at level 1. So I only need to take 1 level of aesthetic mystic. And all it does is makes your attacks deal 1d4 more bludgeoning damage, and it makes the person get knocked back. 3 meters. Okay. That's good. What kind of... Okay, I need to be aesthetic. Because that gets Psionic Fist. You get like more bludgeoning damage. It's kind of like martial arts, and then you have your unarmed die. It's going to use my intelligence, which is really good because I need a lot of intelligence because I'm going into wizard. I also get psychic blows and kinetic blows, but I don't really think I'm going to use those. Because he could write on them. Very true. Very true. No, I don't think I need stuff. The kinetic blows and stuff. So what about my passive? Picked that as my passive. Maybe I should pick the other as my discipline, and this is my... Maybe I should do the ego whip. Which one was it? It was like light purple. Intellectual Fortress, no. Infinite Abyss, no. It'd be funny if I couldn't find it. I'm pretty sure it's Psychic Assault. Yeah. I can use this as my initial, and if I end up finding that I have extra levels, I can just go with that. But my Psionic Discipline is going to be Brute Force. Yeah. Okay. Now this is going to be easy. He's I'm thinking maybe an Entertainer, but what if I'm trying to make sure there's not a better match here. Not an Artisan. Could be a Noble. That's not entirely wrong, but he wasn't born into his wealth. Might be a Scribe. Everyone's gonna be a Scribe because he's an author, he's a writer. Sage, not quite. Hermit, he is kind of... Oh yeah, Mystic is crazy. It's got like a ton of stuff. There's a reason why it never made it to official D&D 5e. It's relegated to the realms of Unearthed Arcana because, well, they couldn't balance it because there's so much stuff and it's all super powerful. Maybe not the type of hermit we're looking for. I think he might just also be a scribe. Here we go. Alright, so strength can be... We'll do strength 10. He's not weak, he's just not really physical. Dex can be 4. For sure. And then we'll just dump... Yeah, I think this is great. I don't need anything else, do I? I'm just mainly going... Yeah. The Frost Sage class. What's that like? I'm assuming it's some kind of, like, ice-based spellcaster. I think I might have seen a video for it, but I might be thinking of the wrong one. I think I'm thinking of the Ice Shinobi or something. Let's see. I might just go with this one and then multi-class in a monk later, because I already have my unarmed strikes, basically. I think for my skill proficiency, I want to go with... Not sleight of hand. He was getting his tail whooped in that game of dice. I guess persuasion? Sure, that works. It's not too important. Rough? Rough as in like it's tough and good? Or rough as in like you've not been enjoying it? Insight for sure. Not medicine, I don't think. We could do religion, because in Thus Spoke Kishibe Rohan, he went to a bunch of churches in Italy. So sure. It really reminds me of a mechanic called Frostbite. Oh, there's a mechanic kind of like that, really relies. Yeah, there's a mechanic like that in Dark Souls. Is the Frostbite... kind of like after a certain while you take... I mean, that's how it is in Dark Souls. You take like ice damage after your Frostbar build, or like your Frostbar bar or Frostbite bar has been filled up. You just take like an explosion of damage. What did we say we were gonna do for Rohan's face? Diva? Diva's a little bulky. He's kind of scrawny a little bit. I think I might do Timothy Chalamet face. It's got a bunch of scars and it's fine. It is what it is. Let me get a picture so I can see like his skin tone and everything. Rohan. Not Rogaine. Rohan. Kishibe Rohan. Alright. I think that guy spoke. It stacks up with some spells and you can cash it out. Oh, that's interesting. So wait, does it apply on you and then after you've applied it a bunch of times it does something good for you? Or is it like, oh, they keep getting colder and colder and eventually they like their movement speed drops and they maybe become more vulnerable to like bludgeoning damage or something? It sounds pretty interesting. Let's see his skin tone. Let's go for anime because it's most consistent. Okay, he's a little tan. He's a little. I would say like that's. I'm feeling like a warm tone 2. This is a warm tone 8. I'm thinking maybe like a. No. Maybe a little more. Warm tone. No, that's like Okuyasu. Maybe not warm tone. Maybe these ones. Maybe neutral tone. No. Yeah, no, it doesn't have the... Yeah, it really is like warmth. That is what I would call the quality. Warm tone 5 works. He's like sun-kissed. You apply it to them. Oh, 30 seconds. Okay, gotcha. He's a little older, so... We'll say that. That's fine. Now eye color. I need a close-up. You got green eyes? That's pretty fabulous. Oh, there he is doing the Araki pose with the hands. Let's give him green eyeballs. It's like the same color green as his hair. Green 5. Yeah, why not? Let's go with green 5. Ah, it's a subclass. Okay. You know, we might give him the Band of Intelligence, because he has a band, and it's intelligent. Intelligent looking. Oh, where are my stats again? My ability scores. We could do like... No, because it sets it. Yeah, sure, why not? But we will dump int. We'll do... Let's do... What else does he need? Pick it at level 1 like Mystic. Right. He really only needs Monk other than that, so we could do 16 on that. Maybe put odd again. we'll go with this, and then we'll maybe charisma. Sure, let's go with that, and then we'll get the Band of Intelligence. Sure. Okay, yeah. So for this, I want to get... Persuasion. Oh wait, I took it away. Persuasion and... Yeah, that's all the same. Okay. So now I think we're on to hair. Okay, so he's got like sideways swoop hair. Beautiful. I think that was a pretty apt description. I too tried to stylize my hair into the legendary Kishibe Rohan sideways swoop. Is there anything in the game even remotely like that? It's such a strange... It's like an over-exaggerated, like swoop from a middle part. Like Valiant Heart, but, like, on steroids. Someone's... If it had, like, one... No, because it's in front. The big swoop is, like... It's like bangs. Astarion kinda, but, like, the wrong way? Gortash? No, he just has bangs. Ah, it's been updated. Well, that's a good thing, because that means you get, like, Oh, wait, do you mean the game update? Yeah, because that got me, too. No. Definitely not. If it just swooped the other way, then I would just take the L. It's a very unique hairstyle, that's for sure. It's even more unique than a pompadour. Not quite. You're getting to the ballpark, but not... Like, maybe if we just turned that sideways, then that would work. I thought that was Loroakin for a second. We might just do... No, because it's too long. Smolder? Now he just looks like Timothy Chalamet. Astral Seer. That, I mean, it sounds interesting. Yeah. I don't know, man. That one seems as close as I'm gonna get. I don't know if there's anything else in the game that's even, like, remotely like Rohan's hair. Bro looks like he just, like, did, like, a toothpaste of hair on his head. It's like a glob of toothpaste. Yeah, close enough. It even goes the same way. Trust me, it'll look better when we make it green. That's the problem. It's not green. That looks worse. It's like he looks like the Joker, bruh. Just need like a... It's like a sage green. It's not like lime or like dark green. They had the right eye color. Member of the Beatles. Yo! Yeah, it's basically impossible. I'm just taking what I can get. Sorry, Rohan, you're jacked up, brother. Is that Zevlor's hair color? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Interesting. Oh yeah, of course. Minsk's hair color, my favorite thing that we see all the time. Yeah, of course. Maybe on like his eyebrows. That's about it, brother. Yeah, I think we're just gonna have to go with the Joker, guys. 'Cause everything else is like limeade. Maybe we can like give it dark highlights. Leaves. Oh wait, no, there's like this dark color, green 9, and maybe we can crank it up all the way. Oh. Yeah, I think that's maybe as close as we're gonna get. The back clash is hard, but can we do like graying? Is it the same color for graying? That's kind of like a green color. It looks better. It's just the only thing that's a little wonky is like the two-tone, but you know, we're trying, y'all. All right, I'm going to. I know that I haven't switched it to monk, but we're gonna keep it as mystic. And I don't think as a mystic we get to pick our outfit, so we'll just have to live with that. That's fine. I'm not too concerned about the outfit, but there are some aspects that are like iconic to the character that I try to stay as close to as possible. This would be Rohan, Kishibe. Mindweaver. Oh, I do know. I have Mindweaver, but I'll admit I've never actually gotten the chance to try the class out. 2007 emo girl cut. All right, Somebody ban that guy. Okay. No, but you're right. You're right. Are you using the Mystic class for Rohan? Yes. I'm not using too much of the Mystic. I'm literally only taking the first level. But let's see. So I get the beguiling charm thing, which is a good early level like stand-in for his ability to like write onto people like you can't attack me. You can like charm them. So that's good. The Mystic Hand can kind of represent a stand. It's kind of like later on I'm gonna represent a stand with Mage Hand and Big B's hand, right? Those kind of like spectral floating hands, almost kind of invisible. It's like the partial manifestations of the stand. I think that's okay. I need knockback from Mystic because Rohan in All-Star Battles R has a move called Your Body Will Fly Backwards at 70 kilometers per hour. I think that's in reference to his fight against Yuya? I might be misremembering when Highway Star was chasing him, but yeah, I mean it's oh no, is that something he writes into somebody? Like, oh, you will go flying backwards at 70 kilometers per hour and they like jet backwards? I don't remember, but it's something like that. He has like a scene in part 4 where he like launches someone careening backwards. So that's what Oh, that's what we're trying to replicate there. That's interesting. I like it. She's horribly scarred, but oh, she has heterochromia. That's cool. All right, that'll be Rohan's dream girlfriend. Decently fun class, even as a wild magic equivalent. Oh, yeah. I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. Why were we all standing in the bushes? Interesting. Yeah, he writes it. Yeah, I figured as much. Yeah, that sounds right. Because it sounds like it's like the name of the move is literally just quoting him like, oh, I'm gonna write, you will fly backwards at 70 kilometers per hour, and then it probably shows it. He wrote to Josuke to save him from Yuya in the tunnel. Oh, yeah, because there was the weird Highway Star ability that was never explained where it can just magically create, like, a trap room. Now I remember. Yeah, you guys got it. He uses it on Josuke. You're right. And of course, it's one of those things, like, he's trying to save him because they are kind of friends. They're allies. And Josuke has to, like, defeat this guy so that Rohan can escape. But it's also, like, they kind of hate each other, too, so he just doesn't care that Josuke's getting launched out of there. Yeah. It's a homophobic guardian. That sounds about right. All right, let me think. Okay, yeah, I gotta get Rohan. I'm gonna go ahead and just take my short rest. There's no harm in it. I've like never run out of resources before, so not really concerned. I'm surprised that he starts with a crossbow. I don't think too many classes get something like that. Because the armor looks pretty far, I think I'm gonna try to hide. Can I do equipment options? Okay, yeah. Because my action menu's busted. It just doesn't work. It's probably one of the mods is not working. I'm just gonna have him wear that. Close enough. Welcome back, Kishibe Rohan. Okay, let's save, and then let's level him up. And there we go. Okay. It's like we were saying earlier, never rely on autosaves. They will mess you over 10 times out of 10. Okay, so I only needed the one level of Mystic to get, like, the punches and stuff. So what are we going into now? I think I'll go ahead and start working towards Astral Self Monk just for Heaven's Door. But we're only taking, like, 3 levels just to get the bare minimum of Astral Self. And then we're dumping everything else into Enchantment Wizard. And that's where he'll really start taking off. So I'm excited for that. Go ahead and get our second level of Astral Self Monk. Oh, wait, no. Sorry, we're already level 2. But we should be getting level 3 before too long. Let's go ahead and take care of this Mind Flayer. I will talk to him, but I'm not going to let him trick me.
A mind flayer. And it's hurt.
Yeah.
Even injured.
I'll look, right, this is my second ever stream. My first stream, literally the only reason I streamed the first time was because I was invited by, like, other YouTubers, you know, people that I think I can call them friends. They're pretty cool people, at the very least acquaintances. I hope they feel the same way about me. But they invited me to participate in, like, a live stream where we were doing, like, a cyberpunk bingo game. This is my first time streaming by myself, and so far so good. There's really no problems. I definitely plan to stream the rest of this game. This first stream is probably a little bit boring because it's just me character creating and talking about what I plan to do. But as the game, you know, I'm sure that's got its own appeal. You know, it's entertaining to just kind of put that on in the background and listen and maybe watch along every now and then. But, you know, subsequent streams, like the one I plan to do tomorrow, probably also starting at 2 GMT. Yeah, those are probably going to be a little more action-packed. Probably going to be involving a little more strategy and fighting. When are you making Superfly? I don't have the capacity. He's too strong. I don't think if I created a character and tried to replicate his power, I don't think I could do it. Right? Not even the user. The stand itself, strongest stand in all of JoJo's. If you guys haven't seen Shuckmeister's stand science video on how Superfly is the strongest stand in all of JoJo, what are you doing? What are you guys doing? You're wasting your time. You're watching this instead of watching how the majesty of Superfly defeating Crazy Diamond and the Hand at the same time. I don't know, man. And it almost kills Josuke, and it's not even a plot-relevant stand. Yes, you have. Ike Main, you've been here since the beginning. 3.5 hours of me just rambling. We're probably gonna go on for another 15 minutes. We might get introduced to Gale, and we might nab him on the team. But we'll save Lae'zel for next time. And then next time, I actually have a list of things, like I was saying earlier, I have a list of things that I want to get done in Act 1. I think we're gonna do the Withers dungeon first, so we get access to respecking. And then I think we're gonna head to the Grove. So that'll be like our first like major stops. After that, I plan to check in with the goblin they have captive. I'm gonna do the harpies while I'm there. I'll kill the goblins that are sneaking into the secret passage. I'll deal with those absolute Nimrods that are standing outside. Then when I get to the town, I'll deal with the ogres. I'll save Barkus. I'll do the phase spider dungeon. Then I'll head over to the Knolls and save Councilwoman Floric. I'll probably go and fight the Zentarim. I don't imagine I'll be on friendly terms with them. We'll see. I also plan to expose Kaga this time. That'll be when I work my way over to the swamp. And then I'll deal with Auntie Ethel. Then I'll move on to the Goblin Camp. And when I'm there, I'll free Volo, get to the secret passage to the Selene outpost in the Underdark. Then I'll take out all the people in the Goblin Camp. And I'll keep Minthara alive, because I do plan to recruit her and then swap her out with someone else. Then I'll rescue Halsin. And then I'll work my way into the Underdark, and so on and so forth. Let's see. Another run-in with all the least plot-relevant stands. Yeah. Actively watching, not just listening. That's actually impressive. I got... Listen, I never have downloaded TikTok ever, and I never will. It's just not for me. But I do be having that Gen Z Zoomer 5-second goldfish attention span. So I don't know if I could sit down and watch a person just talk. You have my respect, Ike Main. I mean, you already had my respect because you're an Ike Main, but now you have more of my respect. I think you're doing great for your first stream, and hopefully I can watch more. Well, thank you, Maxwell. I appreciate you saying that. I do have the added benefit of, like, watching YouTube for 15 years. So, like, I don't know if I can do it right, but I at least know what a stream is supposed to look like and supposed to sound like. So, I at least have that in my corner, even if I have no actual practical experience. No one could beat him and his mighty Sprinkler system. Saiyan Boss is literally out here saying the most out-of-pocket stuff. I only recently installed TikTok. Look, if you can make it to 2025 before you download TikTok, you will be remembered with honor, sir. It's been great listening to you while catching up on JoJo Lands, and now I'm at the newest chapter. Ah, you caught up, man. I was just watching. Let's deal with this mind flayer. Not furious, but I'll step away. And he'll be like, oh, I'm gonna... I'll take advantage and break free. Close its eyes forever. I'll leave it to die slowly, and then I'll do a non-lethal... Can I do impact? It doesn't take anything. Yeah, I can do impact. Yeet! I love that. That's a great animation. I don't even have social media besides... Yeah. So if you count YouTube, obviously I have one social media platform. Technically, Reddit is a social media platform, and I do go on there. But I also hate everyone on Reddit, so, you know, I don't know if you can consider me a Redditor. I just got a Twitter, but I only have it because of the YouTube channel, so that you guys can, like, keep track of what I'm up to. Like, I was talking about my live stream on Twitter. I talk about projects and stuff. It's just a way for you guys to keep up to date. Oh! Yeah, I also have Discord. I have a YouTube Discord channel. I have a Discord channel for my friends where we used to play D&D. We don't do that really so much anymore, but it's just because everyone's busy and, you know, everyone's ghosting me when I try to get games together. But yeah, I mean, I have social media as an extension of YouTube, but personally speaking, I think I tried, like, getting an Instagram account when I was in high school, which was almost 10 years ago now. That's kind of crazy. But yeah, I couldn't consistently post. And I don't like sharing with random strangers what I'm doing. I say, as I'm sitting at my computer, speaking into a microphone, sharing my life and this gameplay I'm running with a bunch of perfect strangers. But, yeah, I pretty much just lurk on all the social media I'm on, and I'm barely on any social media to begin with. So yeah, I guess we'll go ahead and save Gale. What's going on with the room? Let's save before I, like, roll, like, a 1 and I don't save him. Touch the sigil, a hand. We're going full strength. We're gonna try to reach in and snag him. 15, nice. Keep pulling. Yeah, Gale of Waterdeep. Don't insult my hair or I'll kill you. Do you see that look on his face? That it sounded like he already insulted him. No need to apologize. Are you all right? Yeah. I was on the not all. Josuke's not honest to a fault, but this guy seems pretty friendly, and he has no reason to believe he's like a shyster. So I think he's fair. Yeah, go on. Insert-T. This is kind of gross. It is kind of funny. Josuke... Well, no, Josuke can't heal himself. He could help everyone else here. He could just rip their tadpole out and then restore them. But... I was going to ask you the same question. Yeah, you got like... Oh, I'm wearing robes, but in my mind they're supposed to be a high school uniform, whereas you're just straight on wearing, like, purple robes. So, sounds like a plan. You're coming with me. Go back to camp. Goodbye. Alright, 30 XP. We still haven't reached level 3, but that's okay. Gale was fighting Cream. Oh, yeah, Vanilla Ice was trying to pull him into the Cream dimension. Alright, so now we have to bump up party limit. And now we're doing... Let's do Yukako first. I can't remember if they become friends with Yukako or Shigechi first, but let's just go ahead and knock out Yukako. We already have Koichi on the team, so... You know, it works. Whereas poor Shigechi gets murdered by Kira. Even though we're gonna have Kira... we're gonna have Kira on the team and Shigechi, and we're gonna have Keicho on the team and Akira. Even though Akira killed Keicho. Man, streaming kills the throat. That's the one thing. That's like when I'm recording audio, I'll be talking for like 2 hours straight, and like, it's because like I like constantly mess up on like lines and stuff. Oh no, you can't do that. How am I gonna go? Okay, I can't menu the item into his inventory, but I can equip his item like that. Okay, so that's gonna be his, that's gonna be his, like his pens that he uses, and he can throw it too, and he like, Rohan throws his pens, so that works. Okay, yeah, I have to like record lines for like 2 hours, right? Because I like keep messing up, I like stutter, and then like I have to take breaths to like read what exactly it is that I'm saying. But man, I've almost been talking for like 4 hours straight. My throat. Stay hydrated, fool. You right. You right. Yeah, I mean, I am so okay. So you know, you've seen my room, right? I'm literally just sitting at my desk with like a drink on my coaster. Quality of life mod. You got cooked right now. Yeah, absolutely. Like I can't see my action menu. I don't understand. But you know what? I'm obstinate, so I'm not gonna remove it. Here we go. It's our. Is this our only female character? Yeah, this is gonna be our only female character for this run. So I'm gonna make her human. Class. Let's see what classes she has. She's like mostly like a wizard or something. All your viewers have seen your room. No, you haven't. You've seen my room because that moderator right there. I'm you can't see it, but I'm pointing at her. That's my sister. So she has seen the inside of my room, but you guys have not. Here's the thing, right? I wouldn't mind putting up a camera. I don't care if people know what I look like. That's not really that big of a concern for me. But the problem is I haven't purchased a camera because I've never actually done a video where I've needed a camera before. For instance, right, like for a live stream, I'd probably put up a camera. But like normally on my main channel, I do videos about like explaining martial arts stuff. So I'm just putting up footage of like people doing techniques or certain styles of martial arts, or like talking about like different anime that I like. So I would put up pictures of like the anime. And then for this, I'm just doing like challenge runs. So like the only time I would ever have to do like face cam is if I was live streaming. So since this is my first live stream, I've never really needed a camera. But I did get a face light for Christmas one time, this past Christmas. So when I do get a camera, I'll have fabulous lighting. I just don't have a face cam. So no, none of you have ever seen my room before, and you never will. I won't allow it. I'm even doing the Cinderella late. Okay, she's got like one. She's like female Tonio Trendy. She's like one power. You don't even know her name. Shut up, Saiyan boss. You don't even know her name. You're gonna Google it. You're gonna Google it right after I say this, aren't you? You're gonna make me look bad. She needs 1 level of Monk, 1 level of Aesthetic Mystic. She needs Vanguard, or Arcane Vanguard Fighter. She gets like a ton of levels. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start as an Aesthetic Mystic. No, I should start as Monk. I should start as Monk just to get, like, the Monk stuff. Why do I even have Monk? I'm not gonna question it because, again, the Christian in March 25th, that's me, by the way, I'm Christian. The Christian in March 25th, who was writing all this stuff up, he's way smarter than me. He spent like an entire week figuring all of this out. So he knows better. I'm not going to question anything he does. Custom mode has an honor mode rule set. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they just recently added that with patch 8, or maybe that was a patch 7 thing, where it's like before you couldn't swap from tactician to like one save or multi-save, and you couldn't swap from like legendary actions to no legendary actions, but I'm pretty sure you can do that now. Her name is like Aya or something like that. Her name is Cinderella. My stand, Cinderella, and also I am Cinderella. I'm just gonna go ahead and take my 1 level of Monk, and then for my 2nd level, I'm gonna take Aesthetic Mystic. What does she wear? She wears like a schoolgirl uniform. I get like something blue with like a... Is there anything with like a skirt? I can go for like a dress. That's kind of cute, but it's got like leggings. This deal right here? Okay. I doubt there's gonna be anything quite like what I'm looking for, but that's kind of like a skirt. But it's too like it's got like the design on it. Maybe this? Maybe the Dreamwalker? No, because it's like full on armor. I'll get a dress before I get full on armor. Weather did that for most of his screen time. Yeah, that's true. It's like, I am Weather Report, and this is my stand, Weather Report, and together we are Weather Report. What did one lawyer say to the other lawyer? Hello, we are both lawyers. Yeah, that's the 4 hours of streaming. That's the delirium setting in. I think I'm just gonna go with, guys. You'll have never seen this coming. I think I'm gonna go with purple dress. Simple robes. You could have never seen it coming. And guess what? Guess what her background is gonna be? Is it gonna be Scribe? Well, like, what's her actual background? I think her only like background information is like she is like a student. Like, I guess we're going with Scribe, brother. No one calls him Domenico. Yeah. What was it? Did he? I thought he had like amnesia, right? Didn't Weather like forget his name or something? Because like he doesn't know that Poochie's his twin brother. Nothing but character. We already knew it was gonna happen, and you know what? It's gonna kind of carry over into tomorrow's stream. We'll start again at 2 p.m. GMT5, and yeah, we're gonna start with getting Lae'zel, and then creating Shigechi, and we'll have all the good guy members of the Morioh warriors. And then when we in Act 2, when we get Halsin, Jaheira, and Minthara, we'll get Akira, Kira, and I guess we'll get Keicho. He wasn't really a bad guy. He just misunderstood the situation. But he also wasn't a good guy because he died before he got a chance to actually become like a good guy. And then the only person we'll have left is in Act 3 we'll have Yuya. And then of course we'll be swapping Kira for Kawasu, but that won't be a new character. We'll change an old one. So what does she need? She needs, what's her like highest level? Druid and Wizard. So she needs Wisdom and Intelligence. Drop that down to 14. She has Wisdom. Let's give her Intelligence. Let's do average Strength. Oh, perfect! She's got 14s right down the line. 10 and 10 and then 14s. That's perfect right there. Maybe she's got a little high Constitution, but that's fine. Whatever. I don't care. Makes it easier for me. Yeah, Poochie stole his memory disk. That's right. Weather report, but his stand actually reports the weather. Strongest stand in all of JoJo, only surpassed by Superfly. Yukaku's outfit was... Really? Everyone's saying her outfit was green. Am I stupid? It's like the Batman meme. Is he stupid? Why doesn't Batman just kill people? Is he stupid? Change the class. What? Oh, yeah, because of her noggin. Yeah, you're right. What did I pick? I picked Monk. I'll go with Aesthetic, and then I'll multi-class into Rogue. Or, sorry, Mystic, that's it. I'll start as Mystic, and I'll multi-class into Monk, that's it. Mystic Blade, there we go, Mystic. Okay, Cantrip, what do I want? Wait, let me see what her outfit looks like, Yukako. Yamagishi. Oh, it's like light blue. It's not quite green, but it is like light blue. I see what you guys are saying. I will make the proper corrections when we get there. So I think I'm gonna go with Mystic Hand for sure. For sure. And I might do the hammer just because it can, like we were talking about before, it can pull them towards. So it's kind of like her reaching out with her hair and pulling someone toward her. The rest are a little like, yeah, not quite. So what do I need the Mystic for? Let me see. I need Shadow Lash, Tasha's Mind Whip, Evard's Black Tentacles, Fling. So these are all spells. So what do I need Aesthetic Mystic for? I'm not quite sure. Let me... Because this has Mind Whip. Do I need Mind Whip? Did I... Or no. Sorry. Ego Whip. I don't think I went with Ego Whip. Because it's not an actual whip. I wish I could remember. That's the disadvantage of having that guy that's smarter than you be from like 2 months ago, is that he remembers all the stuff that you don't. I mean, worst case scenario, I could like research it, and then I'm like, oh no, I wasn't supposed to do that. What the Sigma? Why did I take this? Why did I take this class? Am I stupid? Correction, I am stupid. I'm just gonna take it anyway. Alright, I'll finish this up, and then we'll call it quits. We'll call the stream quits. My Chinese food has just arrived. There we go. Master of Life and Death. Ooh, spooky. Which one is gonna be good for like a whip? Whip it real good. Push it. Psionic throwing? Lets you throw weapons. No, that's not really what we're looking for. Lethal strike. No, because it's weapon fighting, and she just doesn't use weapons. Psionic disruption, not quite. Psionic blast, that's the one we were on. Yeah, if anyone is dropping out, we're just finishing up Yukako here. But if you guys decide to head out early, thank you all for tuning into the stream. I really appreciate you guys coming by. So like for example, like we were at like, I think our peak was like 29 concurrent viewers. It's not super crazy. It's not like the highest number in the world, but I think it's just really awesome that like people dropped in and like watched my video. It's weird. You guys are weird for being good people. I think I'll just go with brute force for now, or maybe I'll take brute force as my other thing. But yeah, just appreciate you guys dropping in and chilling out. My sister has to. Sarah, you're not allowed to not show up. And if you miss any of the streams in the next 5 days, I'm just gonna maybe kill you or something. I don't know. Who knows? But everyone else, you know, I appreciate your time. Nomadic? Nomadic alchemy is a no. Nomadic grace. What's that about? Imbue your weapon. Nomadic guile, trickery, and cunning. Nomadic hunting. Kinship, nomadic legend, remembrance, no. Nomadic mind, no. Nomadic step. I don't know. This is a problem with. Maybe I should write down like my stuff in more detail. What traits do you get? You get anything good? Flight, keen sensing, tough hide. No, not really. My family being out of my will. That's the best way to get them. Bro, I'm 24 and it's 2025. I don't own anything. I don't have a will. I got like, I have like an Xbox. I got a YouTube channel. Who wants my YouTube channel, y'all? I'll just give her celerity because I can't think of anything. It's like, go fast. Putting my English degree to work there. Aesthetic. And then we'll go brute force. Background is a scribe. Oh no, it messed up her abilities. What do I do? She goes down to 14, and then bump those. Okay. Yeah, there we go. We're good. No reason to panic. Okay. I'm gonna give her intimidation because she keeps trying to bully Koichi into loving her, and she like flies off the handle at everyone. Could take Druid for Thorn Whip. Actually, let me see. I think I'm gonna get Magic Initiate. I do plan to get Thorn Whip. Let me see the plan here. Like I said, this guy, he was onto something. Oh no, I'm taking 8 levels of Circle of the Land Druid. So I do plan to get Thorn Whip. I also plan to get, let me see, I have Thorn Whip, Snare, Entangle, Earthbind, Catapult, Telekinesis, just like Grasping Vine, right? The whole 9 yards. Druid is probably one of the classes I'll dip into the most. Skills, let's see, Insight and Medicine, no, not necessarily. She's never really displayed any. Oh, okay, that's kind of our really only our 2 options there. Okay, we'll go Insight and Medicine, fine. Now here's the hard part. Oh, wait, no, I have to change your outfit. Someone yelled at me, and now I'm so sad. Oh, wait, no, you can't pick for this. Okay, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Based her on his wife? I actually didn't know that. Yukako was based on his wife? Is that also including temperament? Because that's kind of funny, dog. She's kind of a psychopath. But she turned out fine. Like, I don't like when it's overdone in media. Like when they make everyone a good guy after they were a bad guy. It's like, okay, well, nobody cares that he ate babies. But I do love me a good the bad guy becomes the good guy trope. I especially love it when the bad guy becomes the good guy and then he is like 8 million times weaker than it used to be. So it's like, well, thanks for only being difficult on the enemy team. Okay. She has a very strong face, but it's like angular and sharp. It's not like masculine. Yeah, she's like a broad face with a sharp chin. Not this. Definitely not her. She has, she has like the big anime eyes. That one's a little short. Her face is like long. No, the eyes are too thin on that one. She has like almond-shaped eyes there. The face seems a little short. I like this one so far. And the nose is fine too. Let's check to see if anybody else's face is, talks about the Huh? Unfortunately not the fun kind. Ah, alright. Okay, the Mizora face is a little, like, I don't know, like, mature. Like, she's a high school student. She don't be looking like that. No, her cheekbones are too high. No. I can still see Orin. So that's the problem there. Oh, that's it. We got it. Auntie Ethel, she's back again. Get away from me, bro. Okay, Lae'zel still looks like a frog even as a human. Mistra! Oh, I don't know. She got the big anime eyes, y'all. I think we might be going with Mistra here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Mistra. Okay, what about skin tone? She's super fair-skinned. We'll give her the Josuke treatment. Just give her neutral tone 1. She stopped being evil for the second. Koichi liked her because of Miss Cinderella. Yeah, like, it's also kind of a shame that, like, I don't know, like, she wasn't like evil or disrespectful when interacting with Josuke and Okuyasu, from what I remember. It's just that she is really obsessed with Koichi, and she has like really bad anger management problems. So the problem is, like, Koichi ended up liking her, and he just didn't like her approach. But, like, what if Koichi just didn't like her? Then she would be an out-and-out, straight-up villain. Like, ain't nobody talking about the fact that she actually kind of evil. Okay, she has, like, purple eyes, right? Yes, she does. They are, like, straight-on violet. Kind of makes it easier, because we have, like, a million shades of purple. It's a little bit more of, like, a red-purple. There we go. That's it. That's the one. Purple 2. Okay. The makeup is fine. It's a little thick. Sure. We'll just leave it as is. I'm no makeup artist, so I'm not even gonna try my hand at that. Okay. Time for hair. This one is gonna be very important to her character. She has no bangs. She has bangs in part 5, but not in part 4. We're going based on the part 4 appearance. So no. Long hair with no bangs. And it's gotta be long. Long. As long as we can get it. Well, yeah, it's like, okay, so, like, I mean, even Koichi, he was like, okay, I don't like that you're, like, mistreating me, but I do like you, right? And it's like, that's fine, but, like, also, like, what if you didn't? It's okay for Koichi to not like someone, like, she's problematic. Isn't that what the youngsters say nowadays? She's problematic. So this one has bangs, that's a no-go. But I do like that it's just, like, shoulder length, though. I don't like the braids. Twin tails are not gonna do it. These are kind of... Okay, wait. I kind of like it. Why is it half? Why is it half colored? Is that on purpose? Whatever, I don't care. Okay, so mark that one down. That one is very close because it's also wavy. Her hair is... I might just go with this one. Hang on. I don't know if we're going to be able to pass it up. That is exceptional. And also, I'm hungry, so we're just going to go with that one. Give her a beard. Okay, neutral black. Let's go. It's weird that half of her hair is brown, but it just looks too good. Oh, it's because it has red highlights, I think. But no, but well, it's a little bit. Yeah, it definitely is the red highlights. No red highlights. Go with that. Yeah, it was just the red highlights. Okay, we're good. No graying either. Oh wait, no, that's not, that's the color. Yeah, dude, I think we just have Yukako Yamagishi. Let's name her. All right, let's randomize. All right, let's do it. Just turn down the highlights. Yeah, you're right. Japanese schoolgirl gets translated to generic white woman in Baldur's Gate 3. Ah! Yeah, you're right. Okay. Dark purple highlights. You know, that might actually be a good idea. Hang on. Let me see. Okay, so that is good for black, but it could be, it's like her hair is jet black. So maybe we do. Okay. Go to highlights. This is like the darkest purple there is. If this one doesn't work, then we'll have to give up on the highlights. Oh no, it's only one side! Ah! Okay, no highlights, but you know, it was a good idea. It was a good thought. Okay. Next. Then this will be our guardian. That's her role model. That's who she aspires. That's who she is on the inside. Okay, we'll level her up and then I gotta go. I hunger for the Chinese.
Have a lot on my mind.
Okay.
Well, in it.
Let's also go ahead and actually no, okay, apparently we're leveling her up first because I accidentally misclicked. Okay, so that's Cinderella. I will destroy you, Saiyan Boss 27. Not just Saiyan Boss, but Saiyan Boss 27. Alright, let's give her Monk. And I ain't talking about the brilliant detective. You know, at times I think that when I was building these classes, I knew what I was doing for a little bit, but maybe I didn't entirely know what I was doing. And now it's just the blind leading the blind. But yeah, we're gonna have Aesthetic Mystic and we're gonna have Monk. Okay, so we have Yukako Yamagishi, Kishibe Rohan, Okuyasu Nijimura. We have Jotaro Kujo, Jotaro. We have Koichi Hirose, poor little guy. He's literally like scale size. And of course, the man of the hour with the pompadour that nobody can touch. We have Josuke Higashikata. So, I guess that's gonna do it for us today. Thank you all so much for watching. And we will pick up again tomorrow at 2. And we'll probably run again to 6. I actually work out every day. I like to go for like a 10-minute mile run. Maybe do some calisthenics, cardio, weightlifting, martial arts training, whatever. And I didn't get to do that today because of the whole like streaming for 4 hours. So I think tomorrow, it's a process. You got to get used to streaming and, you know, devoting a giant chunk of time to this. I think tomorrow I'm going to work out first thing in the morning. And then I'm going to stream. Yeah, figure it out. Alright, well, thank you guys so much for watching, and like I said, I guess I'll see you guys tomorrow when we pick up Lae'zel, head through Wither's Dungeon, head into the Grove, and really kick things off. Wait, I hunger for the Chinese unit. 731 member researching the... Alright, I'm out of here. Ending the stream. Bye, guys.